There we are.
I feel like we need to apologize to everybody in the world. Gabriel, it was your eye rolls. This is what happens when you roll your eyes. You break the internet.
Oh my gosh. That was, man, I've just been sitting here on my computer in the morning going, what is going on?
All right,
You had them for like 30 hours, 35 hours. This thing just pretty smoothly rolled along, and one variable changed and did not.
Man, it's cool if you pin this on me. I have no issue with that.
No, I think it's maybe it's because they're kids' books and they're copyrighted. So maybe it wasn't a great idea to pick to read kids' books. But kids need a little bit of visual time too, right?
That's right. That's right. I think we're back up.
Okay. We are back up. I can see all of us.
Yay.
Yeah, so maybe let's talk about kids' books for 10 minutes and the sort of technical realities that come with them.
Yeah,
let's explain to people what's happening too, because this is super glitchy and frustrating.
Mm-hmm. So we've been booted off YouTube, I think 3 times over the last hour. So hour 40 has been a really it's been an hour of sort of wandering in exile. And there's been a lot of death, stream, it comes to life and it dies, and it comes to life and it dies. So, it's a nice holy Saturday sort of video, so to speak. Yeah. So we have been pulled down 3 times for community standards. We think we know why. We're hoping we know why. So going forward, insofar as we're reading books, we will not be showing covers or images from those wonderful copyrighted materials. And I will lovingly remind people of that if they take that particular course of action. But what you've been missing has been some adorable and amazing children's book reading that's been going on that really only a couple of us in the world have been able to watch, but it's been transformative.
So that just makes us like really exclusive content, right?
Right.
I'd like to thank our Patreon subscribers who've gotten to watch this firsthand.
Like hour 40 is going to go down in history as like the exclusive hour,
Yeah. We really appreciate your support, and we gave you the exclusive hour 40.
Can I just say, I really love right now that you can tell Zach and I like ran out of bed when something happened.
And I feel so awful because we got the live stream set up, and we did, the first couple of hours of my shift as a host, I thought went pretty smoothly. And then all of a sudden, like, everything just fell apart. So I'm like trying to call Zach and texting Amanda. And I mean, this is all happening sort of behind the veil. Sarah's just reading books, doing it like a stalwart rock star, right?
So much like a rock star.
Yeah. And sadly, they also missed Gabe reading a book too.
No.
I think that was live before it wasn't. Good. Gabe's book reading was there. People were commenting on it, and they were like, "That boy can read."
Yeah.
like he has got some reading game.
Public school education, y'all. 3 cheers for our public school teachers.
That's right.
Yeah.
So and then Zoom booted us, man. Can you believe Zoom booted us?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Can't believe it. What is going on?
But right now we're up, we're live. We know that everything we're doing right now is original content because it's really not content at all. So we got that going for us.
Yeah.
Hey, Gabriel, what is your favorite book or your favorite story that you're reading right now?
Wings of Fire.
What is it? I can't hear you.
Wings of Fire.
Oh, what's that book about?
Dragons.
Yes. Dragons are awesome. That seems like a very good Friday. We just learned about our Pastor Brenda taught us about hell and fire, which is some images that people use to describe death. And I think that's sometimes why people think dragons are scary, because they have fire too. But I don't think they're scary. I think they're fun.
Yeah. He's also, so I'm 40, and so I grew up with Calvin and Hobbes, and he has started reading Calvin and Hobbes. What do you think?
You mean
go
the
on camera,
Reformer
Fred.
and the Economist?
What's that?
You mean the Reformer and the Economist?
That's what you meant.
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, Calvin Hobbes is nerdy enough. You don't have to make it worse, brother.
But it's one of Zach's gifts. He can make anything nerdier.
Yeah.
I was in awe last night of the Church of the Geek.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Sarah, what are your plans for Holy Saturday? How do you usually spend it if we weren't in a quarantine or facing a pandemic?
I usually there's a couple poems, there's some poetry that I read. That's how I get through it. But since I had kids, actually it has shifted to the day of the week that I can entertain and be with my kids. For all of us who are have family, it's a hard time of year, Christmas and Easter, because we're so locked into the work schedule while everyone else is off school and trying to celebrate. So Saturday is a day we try to have some fun before the craziness of Easter. So to be completely honest, I'm really enjoying this this pattern. I recorded my Easter sermon yesterday. We have all of our services have either been live streamed or premiered. So I'm done actually with Holy Week. So Christ has already kind of arisen, but I won't say the HALLELUJAH word right now, because I know for some of us it's still in vigil.
Adam, you're going to have to write that down for me later.
I got you.
The word?
Spelling's not a strong suit.
You can do the ALLELUIA, right? Anyway, so yeah, this has been a fantastic way. After this, we are just gonna hang out, maybe play Legos and go for a bike ride, like most of us are doing out here. Out in Santa Clara County, we've been sheltered in place for 28 days, and all the parks have yellow caution tape around them, and so we're literally, there's nowhere to go except for, luckily we have church. The kids can run around and play at church.
So Sarah, thank you so much for your reading. Gabe, thanks for your reading as well. Thanks for hanging out with us as we glitched out massively. But we are back, and we're about to do the 41st hour of the Triduum project. So, and it's been mostly a continuous live stream, and that's been pretty amazing. Coming up next, we've got Megan Sawyer, and Megan is here with us. And Sarah, thank you so much again. Blessings on your Holy Saturday, and we're continuing with this fun. All right, Megan, welcome.
Hi.
Hey, Megan, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
Dude, we are coming off the most bumpy hour of the Triduum project so far. We got booted for community standards 3 times.
Oh dear.
But we think we've got a handle on that. And we are in good shape going forward. So welcome.
All right.
I know you've been here. A little bit. You were playing a role-playing game the other day. You were an angel.
I was indeed.
A principality, if I remember that correctly.
Better than I did. Yeah.
That was amazing.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm glad you did all the bug fixing and stuff. So thanks for that. I think.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Is Melanie here too? Is she?
Melanie is here.
Oh, cool. Hi,
Melanie.
There
you go. There you go. There's Melanie.
Hey, Megan.
Hello. Cool. Well, yeah. Thank you very much. I guess I can introduce myself too. I'm Megan Sawyer, and I am the program coordinator for Lutheran Campus Ministry at the University of Colorado in Boulder. So we're so glad you're joining us for painting hour. I'm here with a couple friends who will be painting along with me, Savannah and Melanie. Do you want to introduce
Hi,
yourself?
everybody. I'm Megan's roommate. I'm joining for painting hour. I'm super excited.
And my name's Melanie. I've been connected with the Lutheran Campus Ministry at CU in some form for a while, and Megan's one of my good friends.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining me. I'm excited to do some art together. If you have supplies, anyone watching from home, acrylic paint or watercolor or brushes, go gather your stuff. I'll be using some acrylic paint and some watercolor and some other things. If you don't have painting supplies, you could make some with ingredients that you might find in your kitchen. Here, I think Adam might be able to add the link in the chat. I think, hopefully. It says, the link says it's for kids, but really for anyone who wants to paint. So yes, okay. If you're not convinced yet, it's my belief that everyone can paint, everyone can do art. You don't have to be good at it. After all, who defines what good art is anyway? So everyone should at least try it as a practice. It could even be a spiritual practice. So during this time, I want to focus more on the process of putting paint onto the paper or cardboard or canvas or whatever you might have. So those of you who might be weary of attempting anything art related might be able to find joy in doing something you never thought you'd do. I'm going to ask Melanie and Savannah, where do you stand on the artist spectrum? Do you feel like you would be defined as artist, or you would be, where are you?
I would say when Megan asked me earlier this week if I wanted to paint, I decided to do it because it was something scary to me. I struggle because I never have like a vision in mind when I start going. So I'm just like, well, I just made like a blobby mess of color and weird stuff and nothing's there. So I would not consider myself an artist, but I'm really excited to engage in the process rather than being worried about a final product.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say same. I think the last time I did conscious painting was like in elementary school or middle school when I was in art club. So I would not consider myself an expert or super talented at art. So I'm really excited just to kind of try the process today.
Awesome.
Cool.
So there you have it. You are all just humans here, not any fancy famous artists or anything. Yeah, so first I think we'll start with just slapping some paint around, and I can help with that process, and then we'll talk about what we see, what we like about it, and what we might want to change, or what parts we might actually just want to crop out, because that's allowed. And then finally, we'll make our finishing touches. And if you are watching this from home and painting along, it'd be neat if you wanted to take a picture of what your art looks like and post it to the chat, if that's possible to post pictures, because then I'd love to see what you're doing. So I think I'm gonna switch over to my phone's camera, and so I might just, have a little technical. Here we go. Do this. Join the audio. Okay. Switch that around. visible shadow. Okay. Then if I mute, sorry, I'm gonna mute this one so I can. Oh dear. Sorry. Okay. Hey, Melanie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yay. Okay, great. Thanks, Melanie. Sorry about that. Okay, so now what you see, yeah, you can see, oh, whoops. Okay, I've got some cardboard. This is just some cardboard that came in the packaging from mailing stuff. And so we've got some of that just taped onto this board. And we have some water. These are some acrylic paints, and this is watercolor. Over here I have our coffee that we used this morning in water. Just seeing if that might be a homemade version of watercolor we might want to try. So yeah, let's get painting. If you want to pick up a brush and there's lots of different things you can do. I kind of just start by just seeing what it feels like to use a brush and stroke the paint just all over the canvas, the cardboard. You can see that if you get a lot of paint, it really covers the surface really well. But if you don't have a lot of paint, it kind of creates this cool textures. If you add water, then it can spread the color even further. It just gets a lot lighter and kind of a little see-through, translucent light. So it all just creates different kind of looks. You can also, if you have watercolor, you can put water on the water tablet itself and paint with that. The longer that you rub it around on the painting little tablet, the brighter the color gets. So you can see that color is more bright than what it was before. Watercolor doesn't usually show up on top of acrylic paint because acrylic is a lot more thick and opaque. Where watercolor, you can see through it a lot more. The more water that you use, the cardboard will probably get kind of bubbly, but that's fine. We're just doing this for fun. If you want to try other paint brushes, you can try different sizes. Obviously, this big one, I wouldn't have as much control over the details, but it would cover more. Just kind of give different textures. Something that I've been using recently are these little palette knives. They're just plastic flat surfaces that I have been kind of dipping in the paint, and then you just kind of squish it down and spread it around. It creates different, also more texture, more different kinds of art. How are you doing, Melanie? How are you doing, Savannah?
Good.
Had lots of trips running to the kitchen to grab different supplies to have time.
Oh, yeah.
For me.
If you have some sort of knife or some sort of straight edge, you can create lines.
That's cool.
I'm into kind of repetitive motions to do art and painting with. Kind of just doing one thing over and over and over again. Kind of just creates a repetition. Let's see what else. I also have this spatula from the kitchen. I guess that's what you call a spatula. I'm not sure. Since there's extra paint on the canvas, I can just use this to like spread it out. The thinner the paint, the faster it dries. But sometimes the thick paint might be kind of fun for texture. I also happen to have salt here. I've heard that when you use salt with watercolor, if you paint some watercolor kind of over a painting and add salt, it's supposed to bring all the water towards the salt, and you might be left with little speckles of color. I'm not sure if that worked very well. Let me try it again. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll dry differently.
All right, nothing broke while I was gone.
Hooray! Are you painting too? No.
Megan, do you have a favorite kitchen utensil you like to paint with?
I think most recently is the discovery of these like little palette knives. I know it's not a kitchen utensil, but I do enjoy the lines that they make. I think it does pretty cool things. Yeah, I bet you could probably use like a regular like butter knife for that. It might be a little difficult, but isn't shaped the way that this is. Got the bend in the handle, but
I went and grabbed a plastic fork, knife, and spoon from
ooh,
I had from a leftover lunch because you're like palette knife, and I went, sweet, I'll try to find something. So
yeah.
I have the representation on my canvas right now.
Awesome. I tend to not like really harsh lines, because I kind of I don't make decisions very very quickly. If you know me, I wonder about the things, and I weigh both sides, and don't know if I want to decide to, if I were to make a line like that just seems too bold to like decide that I want those really bold lines. So I tend to do art where I like non-committal, let's blend things together and see what happens. It looks like some of the acrylic paint was still wet when I added the watercolor, and it's kind of blending into the blue. So that's fun. Yeah, like Bob Ross having little happy accidents. Feel Bob Ross. Something that if just for brush care, it's not a great idea to leave them in the water like that. It's better to just kind of wash them out and put them on the table. Just brush care knowledge. Also had a little, you might find other random objects. I don't know. You could stamp paint. You might use a Lego or something with interesting kind of texture. I have this PVC pipe. Oh, is it very silhouetted? Can I turn? Nope, that doesn't work. There. This PVC pipe that I just drilled holes in to just see what that will happen if I put paint on there and kind of stamp it on the canvas. Let's see. That's fun. Let's see if our coffee mixture did anything. So this is literally just the grounds that we already used to make coffee. I'm gonna try and watercolor with it. Ooh, that's fun. You get some
really cool.
some real texture in there.
Yeah.
Coffee grounds on the painting. Adding the element of smell to your art. That's nice.
Okay, Megan, I'm trying your. Yes.
got some like awkward shadows happening.
I think if you close the window,
I feel like it might be. I don't know. Too dark. Hey, that actually does help. Cool. Good idea, Savannah. I also used if you wanted to paint it on, but yeah, something that is great.
Hey, Melanie, how's your painting looking?
Let me try holding it up to see if you guys can see it. This is what it looks like so far.
Oh, that's awesome.
My favorite part. I found some clean or like a paper napkin and scrunched it up and put 2 different colors on and then like patted it around. The lines are the fork that I was using, and the blue is the knife, and then the white's the spoon. So yeah, that's what it looks like so far.
Yeah, that's awesome. It looks beautiful.
Thank you. The costume training.
Melanie mentioned booking for more what's my favorite kitchen appliance, and so I went to the kitchen. I found this little straw cleaner, which is kind of fun. So I might try that. See what happens.
Megan, before I start dipping all of my kitchen utensils into paint, how easy is it to get paint off of your kitchen utensils?
Acrylic paint washes off very easily with soap and water. Watercolor, even easier. It's just water and it's gone. Yeah, don't be using any oil paints because that can be rather difficult to clean off. So, what kitchen appliances or utensils are you using, Melanie?
I haven't started using any yet because I was
Yeah,
be able
right.
to clean them. So
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
whenever I can clean them, I'll probably try to go grab a couple. First, I'm drinking some green tea. I'm going to try taking apart my tea bag to see. I liked your coffee ground idea. So I'll see if
Ooh, cool. Where did that PVC pipe go? It's gonna be so cool. Thank you. get another color.
Ooh, that's a nice color.
Yeah. That's pretty. Mhm. So all those coffee grounds that are on my painting are making interesting textures for when I put more paint on.
I've been trying with green tea, and turns out when you try to paint with green tea, it's just like a bunch of flaky things on the canvas, and it doesn't really integrate into the paint. So coffee grounds might be the better route though.
I liked when you said you used two different colors on the same napkin. I liked that. So I'm using two different colors kind of at the same time so that they blend. And
Megan, that looks so cool.
thanks. Just pushing paint around. What do I want to do next? I'm looking at, maybe, I don't know if you can see from back there, but the salt worked in one place, but not really in the other. Where I had water, you can see like little speckles where the salt was.
One more green tea update.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out how to make this work. Before I was just mixing the green tea with water just to see what would happen. Nothing happens. But I finally mixed it with paint, and now I'm getting a cool texture and feel like it'll actually stick and not off as soon as it dries.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. There's some sort of adhesive quality to paint to make it stick.
Yeah, it really does make sense. Especially once you start doing it and you go, oh yeah, you have to stick it to the canvas or something. It's like a little silly.
So you could also paint with glue Probably with like could find, you could put coffee ground. We could have put coffee grounds in glue and painted those around, and would have stuck probably better. I've also heard eggs are sticky, so if you want to keep rolling with the kitchen theme, crack open an egg and mix it around, and could paint with an egg or an egg white if you wanted to add food coloring. I like all the different colors.
I know, I'm feeling really inspired by spring pastels.
Yay! Spring, where it's supposed to snow tomorrow. Boulder, Colorado. I think I want more lines.
I think I do too, but I think I want your help.
Yeah.
You're so much better at the lines than I am. I'm watching how you're doing that.
So yeah, I just put it on the edge of the knife like that, and then I just like
Okay.
stamp it.
I think I'm gonna steam that for you when you're done.
Oh yeah. Lines are fun.
Yeah, I'm liking all the texture that you're adding to your paintings.
Just tried using some steel wool, and that was sort of cool. And it reminds me of a couple years ago, I was helping a family friend do a remodel, and we, instead of buying stain from Home Depot, we made our own, and we put steel wool in kind of a big jar of vinegar for a couple of days and let it soak. And it came out with this really cool, like rusty color stain.
Cool. Do you want to attempt this one that has?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll take that one. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh, this does.
it fits in.
Megan, you were talking about painting as like potentially a spiritual practice. Can you talk a little more about that?
Sure. Yeah, I think that something with painting, when I'm really able, it's kind of like a practice for me to let go of control. If I'm, painting and worrying about like wanting to make it look a certain way, I want control of it, and I want it to be a certain way, and I might not be able to make it that way, and that's not helpful. It stresses me out. But when I just use it as like a practice for kind of I don't know, contemplation, or just noticing, I just it's more of, I kind of let the paint do what it wants, or just I do these repetitive actions that then end up looking cool and or at least I think it looks cool. I don't know. You know, it kind of can really calm me down. It can really just be kind of therapeutic to let go and just see what happens. And
Megan, do you have a favorite time that you've been working on a painting and it just kind of became something unexpected?
I don't know. I think a lot of the paintings that I do are at least all, I think all the good ones that I do are all kind of unexpected. If I go into an art and I'm trying to paint something and I have this idea that I really want to make cool, it kind of comes up just okay. It seems like the unexpected ones are the more fun ones. Yeah. So they're all kind of a little unexpected. So do we want to kind of pause and like look at each other's art and let's talk about like what we like about it and what we don't.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I need to come look at mine.
Oh, I just saw the comments and it brings me joy. So yes, Zelma, you can definitely paint with me. Okay. Love it. Okay. Should we look at Melanie's?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited to see. I'm going to look.
Yeah.
This is what
Ooh, it looks so good.
That's nice.
I don't know if there's a right way or a wrong way. So here's the white part is where I added paint with the green tea. I don't know if you can see, like here is where I just put green tea and was like, this looks kind of gross. And then this down here is steel wool, which is fun. And then all the little speckles are steel wool as well. I like that a lot. I still really like the napkin piece. What else is on here that I've been playing with? This is probably my favorite painting I've ever done because there's no end product. I'm not trying to make it into something because I feel like when I have a goal or something I'm trying to make it into, it kind of what you were saying, Megan, it never turns out how you expect, and then it's kind of frustrating, and then I like do things that make it worse. I'm like, maybe this will make it better, and then I like it less and less. So it's been fun just kind of experimenting. I liked what you were saying about it being like a contemplative practice, and just feeling things feel like on the canvas, like, oh, okay, this is a chance to let go and not have any expectations of myself. Not that I had very high expectations going in, but yeah.
I love it.
I like mixing colors. I'm intrigued by the green tea and the white. I do kind of like it.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about it? I don't know.
What is the white and blue?
This part?
Yeah.
That's the spoon.
Oh, cool. I like it that it's blended.
Underneath, and that's also the knife.
Neat. Yeah, it is. I am intrigued at the green tea, but I will say it is difficult to see through the camera. So it's probably a real detailed thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get it. It's like a really light texture thing, but
yeah,
probably can't see it super well.
That's all right.
Tell me about your guys's.
Okay.
Oh no.
Should
You
we go
next.
to me next?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think what I really like about this one is the yellow and green kind of like swirling around together. They just kind of do their own thing. And I like the coffee grounds over here. Also, I don't think the coffee grounds stick very well, just like the green tea. So who knows? It might disappear after a while if it dries and might get blown away. But I like it for now. Just speaking to the fleeting nature fleeting. Yeah, art can be not permanent. I mean, this is cardboard after all. So, yeah, this space here is, I think I want to keep working that area. It's kind of, my eye is just drawn here, and so there's not really any movement to come over this space. So I might keep working that over there. I think this one, I really like the balance of these lines on the outside. It's like really dark, and then up here it's really light. So it kind of looks unbalanced, but I kind of like that. Sometimes it just it can work.
Yeah. I'm really drawn to this. I like how this is like very chaotic and this is like very peaceful over here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the inside of a mind. It's really nice. Business and pleasure.
Yeah. So, and I think I like limiting colors to just a few. As you can see, we only put 3 different acrylic paints out there.
Yeah.
We have lots of watercolor, but I tended to just pick a few and run with them. I think for me, it just like use simpler, the better, because like if I try doing too many things, it might end up, I just try too hard. I just need to stop sometimes. So,
Yeah.
and then over here, it's Savannah's.
Yeah, I think Melanie and Megan really embraced the texture, which I was working on. I was in the midst of embracing that texture. But I think what I really like about this is my profession is in the digital realm. So I spend a lot of my creative days doing things that are like on the computer and in design softwares. And those have like really nice, like hard lines and very like particular dimensions. And I think this has been really fun because I think you can mix a lot of unlike things, and there's a lot of really coolness in the asymmetry of like adding hard lines to less defined blobs of paint, as you can see here. Yeah.
I really love these like different colored, watercolored pieces, blobs, feather-ish type things. It's really nice. They just kind of run into each other, but they
Yeah. And I think I was really learning the limits of the watercolor. Like I feel like some of them got harder because they did too much water, and some of them are much softer. So that was really cool to kind of use the same color in multiple spots. But like I think this purple is the same, but it shows up a little bit differently because I was learning my
how much
water to watercolor ratio or what I wanted. So that was really cool.
I think it does, like you were talking about texture, and that Melanie and I have it, but like you also have like just with the watercolor, it just has a really soft look.
Yeah.
It's like really
really
nice
like
and soft. And what you must have not used too much water, because if you had used like a lot of water and then tried to put a feather right next to the other feather, they would have blended together, and you did really well at
keeping it separate.
Keeping them in their own little sections.
That's cool.
So that's neat. Yeah, I like.
Megan, what do you do with, so if you paint as a spiritual practice, I'm assuming you've painted a good number of things. Do you keep them? Do you paint over them and try again? Like, What do you?
That is a really good thing to bring up, Melanie, because I tend to just keep everything. And yeah, if my parents are watching this, they're probably laughing because it's true. I feel like, oh, I made this, so I can't get rid of it. But it's not really like I think to myself like, oh, it's not like selling art worthy. It's not something that someone would like buy from me, or like, I don't know, it's not my greatest work, so I feel weird gifting it. But I mean, that's some personal things that I just, can get over. But yeah, right now I definitely seem to collect a lot of stuff, a lot of art, and I mean, paintings are pretty flat. If it's cardboard, then they can kind of store pretty well. But yeah, I like the idea of maybe painting over other paintings, and that would be smart to reuse the cardboard or canvas or whatever it might be. Yeah. So.
Megan, does spending time, like if you create something that you're not necessarily like super, like you finish and you're like, oh, that's not exactly what I wanted it to turn out to be, but if you keep it for a while and sit with it for a little bit longer, does it ever change for you?
Yeah, it does. Actually, yeah, you should bring some
Megan's
stuff
got
out.
some for great art. I think she should show.
Great art. It's just in prepping for this workshop thing, I did some painting and yeah. So there's this guy that's I started out with just like dotting the canvas with a brush. I think it was just a really big brush that I was just dabbing paint at, and I thought it just looked too bland. And so then I decided to add a layer of the knife palette going, streaking across, or just striding across the palette. And I'm still not exactly like, I don't think it's finished yet. I think it still needs something right now. It kind of just looks all the same-ish. Your eyes kind of just see the same thing. It's very balanced, and there's not like a focal point where your eye is drawn and where you can look around and see things. But that's something that I might continue to work on. And this one I really actually was kind of not happy with in the beginning. I was like, this is dumb. I don't like this. And then I just quit. But then I came back to it like a few days later and kept going, and oh, this is fun. I think that it really kind of goes along with my mood. Like, oh, I'm enjoying this. I'm actually able to let go about what this looks like, and when I can do that, then it's fun, and then I like art. So my definition of good art might be very skewed. It might just be like, oh, this reminds me of when I was in a good mood, or this reminds me of a joyful time. So then I like it, versus maybe some art that I'm like, oh, I don't remember enjoying making that, so I don't love it.
Know when something's like, when a piece of art is done, or would you say that it's never done? Like, how do you know when to stop and be like, okay, this is going away? And have you ever continued on, say, a painting that you started like 5 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good question.
That is a good question. I think that acrylic paint might not, I just like the kind of, I'm using kind of cheap-ish stuff, or just not, high quality. I think higher quality like oil paints can last a long time. And so 5 years later, you could definitely keep reworking that. With acrylic, it might crack, or especially if you're using cardboard, that once it dries, it might kind of flake off a paper. So it might be, I mean, but that also maybe adds to the adds to the fun. There's, oh look, there's texture now that this paint flaked off, and now I can add more paint. Yeah, I think how I know when I'm done is usually if I keep painting and then I start not liking it as much as I liked it before. And so oh, I've gotten too far. I should just stop while I'm at. But yeah.
It seems like it has to be kind of hard to do sometimes. Like when I was talking about how I'll just keep going, it's like banging your head against a wall further and further. You're like, well, I'm starting not to like it. So maybe if I just keep going like that, let's be able to stop, because I know sometimes I can be like, like I'll figure it out. Like I can do it. And then it just makes it worse.
Yes. I've been there many times. Thinking, oh, I can just fix this and I can just fix this. I mean, I think that's when my mindset goes back to like control, where I like, oh, I can fix it. I can make this better. I can try to do this, and then nah, nah, I can't. Just let it be.
Like that.
So.
So that becomes an important part of the spiritual practice too, then, is being able to like recognize when like you're trying to shift towards control and it's less an exploratory kind of outlet, and recognizing that.
Yeah. So if you want to add some, I think we have about 9 minutes, 10 minutes left. So if you want to add any final touches to your paintings, I might try and add something in this corner. Like I said before, I wasn't thoroughly thrilled with it, but I might just leave this one as is. Melanie, I really like yours. I don't know if you want to add anything. When you hold it back like that, the things that stick out a lot are like the two white areas.
How do you,
So,
what would you
yeah.
make those not stick out? Would you add other pieces somewhere else, or would you add things into the white?
I think both of those are really great options. You could either add things into the white, or like my solution to a lot of things is like the repetition. And so I've used these lines before to kind of make things flow together, like, oh, I've got this section here and this section here, and oh, I'll just draw all these lines connecting them on top, and then they kind of then flow more. So if you liked the napkin technique, you could maybe put some sort of napkin stamping around them, or put more, if you put more white kind of elements in other places, it might flow too. Now that this like area is dry, I can just paint on top of it and not worry about it blending in. So I might just follow kind of the really faint lines that the watercolor left and just color over them in a darker color.
definitely feel like I'm starting to find a groove. Might be a work in progress.
Oh, I like that. It's adding the watercolor on top of you can
Yeah.
see through it to
Yes.
the other pieces. That's nice.
Yeah, there's definitely something very endearing about painting. I think that, like I said, I spend most of my time in like design programs, and there's like a sense of like you can reach that sense of like perfection, but there's something really nice about leaning into like, I don't know, all the imperfections of your own your own capabilities, but it's really nice. It always kind of turns out unexpected.
Yeah, so I ended up just kind of following a line. I drew with yellow paint that was kind of unintentional,
Yeah.
but I just kind of squiggled that, and now this time I'm kind of using it as more of an intentional line to like
Yeah.
bring out that. So, how did yours end up, Melanie? Or are you still working on it?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear weird crunching noises. That's playing with the steel wool.
Ooh, I'm excited. I can't hear real weird country noises from our end. But
It was one of those where I was like, yeah, I like what I'm starting to do with the white. And then I put red in it and it was too much. And now I don't like it.
oh
Maybe if I get my fingers and swirl it around. I think this might be an example though of when it's time to stop. But it's kind of fun using your fingers.
Yeah. I tried that earlier.
if anyone tried any of those baking your own paint from the kitchen, some of those are really good for finger painting. The first one I think was a pudding mixture. So yeah, that might end up on the canvas, some maybe in your mouth, and
Yeah.
some
Snack
all,
and paint.
all over the place. But, yeah, I don't think I could paint with pudding. I think I would want to eat it.
One thing I didn't think about is when you have a bunch of white and add, because I had the same thing, I had red, yellow, blue, and white. And then when I put a bunch of the red on the painting, then it turned pink. And I was like, oh wait, this is the only place there's pink now. I don't want pink.
Oh, because yeah.
That's what it turned pink.
That's not horrible.
It makes me want to like pull everything in that corner and then smudge it everywhere. I'm not going to do that. That's going to be continue this another day.
Hey, Megan and Melanie, this has been amazing. This has been soothing and beautiful, and you've given us an hour without weird technical difficulties, and I'm grateful for all of that. Thank you so much for painting with us today and inviting us into this. It's been awesome.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for having us. It's been fun. I think next up there's going to be some cool, a couple of brothers who are pastors.
Yeah, it's called Child Watch Kids. So I'm pretty excited to see what this, I hear there may be some puppets involved in this. I think it's going to be pretty wild.
That sounds great.
Thank you both so much for this morning and for supporting the Triduum project. I'll see you soon. I'm going to bring on our next folks here in just a second. If you can, show us the paintings one last time here.
I think.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, so next up, I've got Matt here. Matt, if you want to go ahead and unmute your video and join us, that would be awesome.
All right. Come in, hang on. There we go.
Here we go. We're getting there. It's very exciting.
I'm attempting to.
Sorry about that. Didn't realize that was on me. All right.
Hey guys, how's it going this morning?
Hey, can you see us and hear us okay?
Yeah, you're here, and then welcome to our. This is 43 now. I mean, we're cranking along here on 42, I think. 42 on the Triduum project. You guys are going to do some wild stuff today, right?
That's right.
I wanted to give you a special introduction. This morning I've been wrestling a lot with technology, and I know that you're going to bring the technology of puppetry into this.
Yeah.
So yeah. I wanted to give you a special welcome from my friend here.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Nice. Looks good.
My name is Technology. Next up on the Triduum project in hour 42, we welcome Morning Watch Kids with Jesse and Matt. Welcome.
All right.
So that's what I got for you guys. So welcome. We're so excited you're here, and take it away. It's all you.
Thank you. Yeah. Technology shouldn't be an issue for us. We're gonna be pretty low tech. Hopefully. But welcome. So we're not actually called Child Watch. It's Morning Watch, although Child Watch may have become kind of like a function of what we do. But
that was my bad. No, I admit it.
It's
fine. Hour 42.
Yeah, no worries. So my name is Pastor Matt.
And I'm Pastor Jesse.
And we are pastors in Greensboro, North Carolina, where we are now. And
we're also brothers.
And we're neighbors. So early on in isolation time, our two families decided to just hunker down together. That's why you see us sitting together now. So we started making, I don't know, make that bigger.
No, it's all right, no worries.
There we go. So we started making some morning devotion videos early on. We've done 4 weeks of them now in the style of Morning Watch from camp. We grew up at Camp Lutheridge in North Carolina, where our parents were the directors for a long time, and then we worked on staff there. And Morning Watch was the way we started the morning every day at camp. It's like a 10 or 15 minute good morning to God.
Yeah. And so in this kind of crazy time, we just thought, since we have the luxury of being isolated together, to lean into that and do whatever we can to use our gifts for music and conversation, and then bring some of that to folks on Facebook and YouTube. We've got a Facebook page, Morning Watch, where we do videos every weekday morning. And so this will be a lot like what that is. If you have songs that you'd like to hear today, anything that we know, we're happy to play. If it's we've got these nice red cranberry books. So if it's in here and we know it, we'll play it. We also do lots of camp kind of songs.
We got a whole catalog of
we know
stuff.
some crazy stuff if you want to ask, but not necessarily as versed there. And so we can and we've got a friend, Nathaniel, who's been isolated with us, who should be showing up from time to time in the stream too. So
yeah, so we've got we've got the chat pulled up here on YouTube, and we'll look forward to hearing your ideas and your requests. So can you pull up that one more time so we can see, because we could probably pull this back a little bit.
I mean, if you want, we have a lot of headspace. We do.
All right, that'll work fine. All right, so we'll start with a couple songs that we have that we picked out, and then we'll go from there. Chris. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be than here in your love, here in your love. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be than here in your love, here in your love. So set a fire down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I want more of you, God. I want more of you, God. Set down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I want more of you, God. I want more of you, God. There's no place I'd rather be. There's no place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be than here in your love, here in your love. So set a fire down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I got more of you, God. I want more of you, God. Set a fire down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I want more of you, God. I want more. So set a fire down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I want more of you, God. I want more of you, God. So set a fire down in my soul that I can't contain and I can't control. I want more of you, God. There's no place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. There's no place I'd rather be. Here in your love, here in your love. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. Here in your love, here in your love. All right. I think we got a couple of messages while we were playing. Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah. All right. So here is, oh, it looks like it's frozen. I hope I'm not actually frozen. But no, it looks like I'm good. Okay, cool. Here's another song that we've done, and this one reminds us that in this time before Easter, every day, we need God to help us. And we can't get through the day without God's help. It goes like this. On a day like this, on a day like this, on a day like this, oh, I need the Lord to help me. All right, so we go on a day like this, clap, clap. On a day like this, clap, clap. On a day like this, clap, only one on the third time. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. All right, let's do it together. On a day like this, on a day like this, on a day like this, oh, I need the Lord to help me. Now we're going to add in some more actions like this. Clap, clap, snap, snap. And when we get to that third time, just do one of each, okay? On a day like this, on a day like this, on a day like this, Oh, I need the Lord to help me. Nanner, nanner. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner. On a day like this. Nanner. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. Nanner, nanner. Whoop, whoop. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner. Whoop, whoop. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner. Whoop, whoop. On a day like this. Nanner, whoop. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp. All right, it's getting complicated going all of them here. On a day like this. Nanner, whoop, womp. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. All right, do you want to make a switch?
Let's make a switch, Adam.
We're going to see if the computer works better than the phone for getting our sound. So I will say goodbye to this.
And we'll hope.
And jump on this one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
Ready?
should work.
All right. So why don't you end that?
Let's get this back right.
Okay.
How's that look?
That's great. So just tip up a little bit. All right, as I was saying.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So there is an option in Zoom to turn on original sound. And what happens is when music is played, especially it reads it as background noise and it compresses it and it makes it sound awful. So in the chat in Zoom, I've laid out instructions on how you can change that. And that's actually the magic trick for having music sound good in Zoom.
Cool. All right, we'll do that.
Can you send the instructions again now that I'm back in?
Yup.
Or here, I'll put us on the one you see us, and I'll look at it here on the.
It's again the chat is in the Zoom room. It's not on the live chat on YouTube. It's in the Zoom conversation.
All right, Matt, you do your song, and I'll fix this.
All right, so here's where we were at. It was at on a day.
Hey guys, we have no audio now because whatever your second camera is, there's no audio showing up on Zoom.
And we're in. Got it.
All right. On a day like this song is getting more and more appropriate. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp, boola, boola. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp, boola, boola. On a day like this. Nanner, whoop, womp, boola. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. We'll do one more. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp, boola, boola, woo, woo. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp, boola, boola, woo, woo. On a day like this. Nanner, nanner, whoop, whoop, womp, womp, boola, boola, woo, woo. Last time. On a day like this. Nanner, whoop, womp, boola, woo. Oh, I need the Lord to help me. All right, very good. Okay, I think we got that sorted out. Pastor Jesse is working on getting the sound better for the guitars.
Turn.
All right.
All right, I think it's on now.
All right.
Adam, we good?
Here, see if this sounds any better than it did a second ago. Love, I love the Lord forever. Love. Does that sound better?
Adam, we doing good, man?
All right. Well, somebody tell me if we're still sound garbled and bad on the guitars. I'm not hearing anything. Let's do this one. Love, I love the Lord forever. Love, I love the Lord forever. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Oh, 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 I'll do my best for you. Oh, 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 I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, 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 I'll do my best for you. Let's do praise. I'll praise the Lord forever. If you're doing this at home, you can make a P like this. Okay, I think we're good now. Praise, I'll praise the Lord forever. Praise, I'll praise the Lord forever. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, 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 I'll do my best for you. Oh, oh, whoa, I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, whoa, I'll do my best for you. How about trust the Lord forever? Ready? I'll trust the Lord forever. I'll trust the Lord forever. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Oh, I'll do my best for you. Oh, 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 I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, I'll do my best for you. Serve the Lord, I'll serve the Lord forever. I'll serve the Lord forever. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, I'll do my best for you. Oh, 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 I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, I'll do my best for you. Love one more time. Love, I'll love the Lord forever. Love, I'll love the Lord forever. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, I'll do my best for you. Oh, 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 I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Whoa, I'll do my best for you. All right, cool.
Right.
Okay, everybody says that sounds better, so awesome. Thanks for sticking with us through that. We didn't know there was a special setting for singing, playing music.
Good. Adam and hosts, if you need to talk to us, just throw something in the chat. We've got that open, the Zoom chat open now, so we can
good.
See you.
Cool.
Do you want to go check on anything?
Yeah.
I'll take a turn to riff, I guess.
My first cup of coffee's gone, so I'll head out and get another one.
Sorry, I missed y'all there for a few minutes. I know there's a couple of things that came through. I saw a couple of song requests pop in. I missed a couple too, though, so we'll try to circle back and get a few of those. But if you really want to hear something, the way to get it heard is just to say it over and over and over again in the chat until we can't help but see it. Thanks, Adam and all, for helping us get our technology issues worked out. It's a nice Saturday morning, and we're happy to finally just be settling in to spend the rest of this hour together.
Jesse!
Oh, yeah, sorry. Our other friend is here. Nathaniel, who helps us on Morning Watch Kids, is here too.
Hey, Jesse, how are you doing today?
I'm good. We're just trying to get some technology stuff figured out, trying to make sure that we're all on the screen, but only you and me in the screen, and nothing in the bottom left corner that's sticking in our way. So I think we're good now. What have you been up to today on this Saturday?
Well, I was just reading my Bible, and I was reading about the fruit fruits of the Spirit.
Oh yeah, the fruit of the Spirit. That's a great part. There's like 9 of them, I think.
Yeah, well, I think there's more than that, actually. And I
Oh.
picked out my favorite one.
Oh, okay. I've got a favorite too. Should we say them at the same time?
Yes.
All right, ready?
1, 2, 3.
Joy.
Bananas.
Oh.
Bananas.
Okay. What part of the Bible were you reading?
Well, you know, I was just thinking that the fruits like bananas and apples and
yeah.
Are those not the fruits of the Spirit?
No, actually, in the Bible we read that the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, kindness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. And we should all be impressed that I got that, even though you put me on the spot.
Yeah,
So,
good job.
So banana's actually not one of the fruit of the Spirit. But you know what? Bananas are delicious, and we should eat them. And maybe I do like bananas. Maybe we could sing a song about that later. But
You got anything that'll help me remember the fruits of the Spirit?
I do have one to help us remember some fruit of the Spirit. And this one is fun. It's a spin on an old classic. And so I'm going to say, I've got the joy, and you yell joy.
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 Joy. And then together we're saying joy.
I can do that.
I've got the joy.
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 Joy. Joy. And then we're saying joy. Is that too high? How do you think? Is that down it, down, down.
I've got a range. I can do anything.
I've got the joy. Joy.
How about try D?
All right, here we go. I'll say this part when I find the key. I've got the joy.
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 Joy. Joy. I've got the joy.
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 Joy. Joy. I've got the joy.
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 Joy. Next part goes like this. 2, 3, 4. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to stay.
Let me try that one.
Yeah. Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to stay. Good job. Okay, so there's a bunch more fruit. We could sing about love. I've got the love down in my heart. You want to do that one?
Sure.
I've got the love.
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 Love. Love. I've got the love.
Love.
Love. Love. Love. I've got the love.
Love.
Love. Love. Love. 2, 3, 4. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to stay. All right, let's do a trickier one. How about patience? Patience is a good one.
Okay.
I've got the patience.
Patience.
Patience. I've got the patience.
Patience.
The patience. I've got the patience. Patience. Patience.
Sometimes I get things wrong too. Technology is not perfect.
In my heart to stay. Down in my heart.
And this time I feel there's no one to save me.
All right, let's do another
Sorry about that. Sometimes I get things wrong too. Technology is not perfect.
Everyone makes mistakes. Technology. I'm assuming we're still good there.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I get things wrong too. Technology is not perfect.
I'm not sure what's happening to you. Let's do gentleness, and if there's an issue, type it in the chat and I'll read it. I've got the gentle.
Gentleness.
I've got the gentle. Gentle. Gentleness. I've got the gentle. The gentle. The gentleness. I've got the gentle. The gentle. The gentleness. 2, 3, 4. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. Down in my heart to stay. All right, Nathaniel, I hope that helps some with
Yeah,
those
definitely.
fruit.
Thank you. I think I know now, but I'm still gonna go eat this banana.
Yeah, you probably should.
All right,
Lots of multitasking there. Bye, Nathaniel. Thanks
Bye.
for hanging out with us. Matt's computer fell asleep on me, so I'm going to go take a gander here. I don't know where he is. Thought he'd be back by now. Yeah, people want the bananas, the mango song. We'll get that for
hey.
sure. Oh, hey, welcome back.
What'd I miss?
I thought you were getting coffee.
Yeah, I drank the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, of course you did.
Used the bathroom, had a lot of time. I did hear you singing about fruit. Banana song would be an appropriate.
Yeah, let's do
follow-up.
that one. Let's do that one, and then I hear some. I'll say some things out loud so I don't forget. Jesus loves me. This is a light of mine. All in all, sanctuary. All good ones.
Nice.
So let's do papayas. I hope y'all are singing along at home. We're singing some sing-along songs, and so if you know them, you can sing. And if you don't know them, then we'll hopefully trying to teach them a little bit. So this is a good one. All in all, Prince of Peace. I've seen that one a couple times. Sanctuary, I've been redeemed. I'm going to say these out loud in hopes that I remember them too. Yeah, awesome. So let's do the mangoes, papayas, and
All right. This song has a few parts. It goes like this. We do it in D.
Yeah, D's good.
It goes. I like bananas. Woo! I think that mangoes are sweet. I like papayas. But nothing can beat that sweet love of God. Let's do that together. I like bananas. I like bananas. Woo! I think that mangoes are sweet. I like papayas. But nothing can beat that sweet love of God. How do we go like this? Walking round in circles, 100 miles an hour. I'm trying to find my way back to that heavenly power. The world tasted sweet, and then it turned sour. Then I looked at God, and I received God's power. I like bananas. Woo! I think that mangoes are sweet. I like papayas, but nothing can beat that sweet love of God. Walking round in circles. I'm walking round in circles, 100 miles an hour. I'm trying to find my way back to that heavenly power. The world tasted sweet, and then it turned sour. Then I looked at God, and I received God's power. I like bananas. Woo! I think that mangoes are sweet. I like papayas. But nothing can beat that sweet love of God. All right.
Good.
Got one more?
I saw All in All pop up a couple times, and that'd be a good one to kind of mellow it out for a minute, maybe.
Sure.
That's a song I haven't sang in a long time.
Me neither. We can
It's a
just try
song
to do
that
this from memory.
Matt and I both traveled a little bit in some Lutheran circles and sang songs with many a Lutheran. And everywhere I go, there's just little things that are different about this song. So
Yes, this
hopefully
song
we still remember it the same as each other. But if we sing it different than you, just sing it the way you know it, and we'll all be good.
This is kind of like when we, invite you to everyone to pray in their own, pray the Lord's Prayer in your own, the way you know it. This song's similar.
I think I remember it all.
Yeah. You are my strength when I am weak. You are the treasure that I seek. You are my all in all. Seeking you as a precious jewel. Lord, to give up, I'd be a fool. You are my all in all. Jesus, Lamb of God, worthy is your name. Jesus, Lamb of God, worthy is your name. Taking my sin, my cross, my shame, rising again, I praise your name. You are my all in all. When I fall down, you pick me up. When I am dry, you fill my cup. You are my all in all. Jesus, taking question. That was a pretty
Yeah,
one.
that was a good one. Adam, we might have another friend popping into the call at some point here for too long, and so if he does, you can put him through. But until then,
He is popping in right now. Are we looking for Kyle?
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see who's there. That works, right?
Yeah, sure.
He should be coming up in just a second.
All right.
Whenever he turns his video on, he'll be here.
Sweet, thanks. We're halfway.
I think I see Kyle's ear.
Yeah.
Now I don't see Kyle at all. I see nothing.
Hey, is that?
Who's there?
It's Kyle's phone. Is Samuel there though?
Is it ready? Did you get it ready? Is it ready, Kyle? Yeah, it's ready. Go ahead. Get on. You good?
Oh, hey.
Oh,
hey, man. Hey, Jesse. How are you?
Hey, Samuel. Good to see you.
Yeah, man, you want to talk to Nathaniel? Let me go find Nathaniel.
Yeah, please. Thanks, guys.
Nice.
Hey,
yeah.
Matt, like your shirt. Looking great.
And yeah, this might come in your size. So Samuel is one of our friends that we met in a Morning Watch Kids video. We've got our puppet friend Nathaniel staying with us, and his friend Samuel has called us there.
Oh, Samuel's here. Hey, Samuel.
Hey, Nathaniel, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. Enjoying my Saturday. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's just not the same as usual Saturdays before Easter, you know?
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, I'm usually out there hunting for eggs or something else.
Yeah, everything about this week's been kind of different.
Bye, Matt.
Bye, Matt. We'll call you if we need you. You know what helps me though, Samuel?
What?
What helps me is trying my best to remember the story of Jesus. And even if this week is different, to walk through that story and remember all the pieces to it so that I can still hold the story in my heart, even on this weird Saturday with no Easter egg hunts.
Yeah, but when I listen to the story of Jesus, I just think of all the sad things that happened and the things I wished I could have done to help Jesus. It makes me even sadder.
Yeah, well, you're right. There are some sad parts, and it's important that we listen and we think about the sad parts because sometimes our life is sad, and we need to appreciate and know that sometimes things are sad, and that's okay too. But even in the sad story, there's other parts too.
There's other parts? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, think about it. Like, do you remember what happened on Sunday?
I mean, I usually get dressed up. I put on another bow tie, and I.
No. What happened in the Samuel? What happened in the story this last Sunday?
Well, last Sunday it was real happy, I guess. Jesus was like a king.
That's right. On Sunday, we remembered that Jesus is the king, the real king, a king who serves people, right, Matt? And helps people and shows people God's love. That's a great part of the story.
That's true. I didn't think about it like that, I guess.
And then what happened on Thursday?
Well, I think Jesus washed some feet. Ooh.
Yeah. And do you remember, did you hear the story about Jesus' Last Supper with his friends?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
Part 2, where Jesus promises that he'll always be with us no matter what bad stuff happens.
Well, that's good, because sure were a lot of bad things happen on Friday.
Yeah, Friday was a hard part of the story. What?
Yeah.
What do you remember about Friday, Samuel?
Oh, everybody loved Jesus, all his friends, and they were saying mean things, and they were hitting and spitting him, and then he died.
Yeah, that's right. But do you remember who never left Jesus? God. God never left Jesus. Even on the cross, God never leaves Jesus, and God never leaves us. Even when things are hard, even when things are sad, Even when there's a virus and we're scared, no matter what, the cross shows us that no matter what, God is always with us. That's good news.
That is good. Is that why they call it Good Friday?
You know? Maybe.
Hey, so we've been doing a lot of singing
All I know.
watch times. Can y'all think of any songs that would help us remember that God's always with us?
Samuel?
Well, there was one you guys sang. When I can't do anything, I can just be still.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a great song because also that song reminds us we don't have to do all the time. We don't have to do things for God to love us. We don't have to do things for God to be with us. Sometimes it's best just to be. Like Pastor Kate's always saying with breathing, just breathe in and breathe out and just be still and know that God is God.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's actually this Saturday, between Good Friday and Easter Sunday, is a great time to sing this song, Be Still and Know That I'm God, because that's all we can really do right now is just be still and wait and trust that God's promise of new life is coming. And so this song is really simple. It just goes like this. Be still and know that I am God.
Sing with us.
Be still and know that I am God.
Be still and know that I am God.
Be still and know that I am God.
And you gotta freeze for that part.
So we sing it 3 times, and on the 4th time you go, be still and know that I am God. And you freeze. You can dance around, be crazy for the first ones, and then freeze until you hear me go 1, 2, 3, 4. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God.
Be still and know that I am God.
Be still and know that I am God. Nice job, guys. All right, how about this one? Let's do this. All you have to do is jump up and down.
Woohoo!
All you have to do is jump up and down. All you have to do is jump up and down. Be still and know that I am God. Let's sing Be Still.
Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God.
Be still and know that I'm God. How about this one? All you have to do is, how about roar like a lion?
Ooh.
All you have to do is roar like a lion. Roar like a lion.
Roar.
Then be still and know that I'm God.
Oh yeah.
Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I'm God.
Hey Samuel, you got one?
What about dig worms like an earthworm?
Dig worms.
Dig?
Like an earth-
All right, we can
Okay,
dig.
All right, got it.
Last one.
All you have to do is dig like an earthworm. All you have to do is dig like an earthworm. All you have to do is dig like an earthworm. Then be still and know that I'm God. Last time, we'll sing Be Still. Ready?
Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I'm God. Wow, that was great,
Nice
Matt.
job.
Thanks. And thanks for calling, Samuel. This was so fun.
So much better. Thank you, guys. Hey, I'm gonna keep watching. Bye, guys.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to go lay down a while. That was tiring.
All right, bye-bye. All right, that was fun. That was my first multiple puppet Zoom call. But I'm glad we could say hi to our friend Samuel. Hey, you missed Samuel on the phone.
Yeah, 2 puppets is too much for me. So I had to dip out for a second.
Pastor Jesse does have a thing with puppets. Honestly, you have to.
I have a slight phobia of puppets. I don't have a thing like with or for puppets.
No. I mean, to define a thing, it's a phobia. But he's had to power through that these past few weeks.
We got any
Got any
There
songs
was
that popped in?
There was a little wave here of folks
Oh my gosh,
requesting
so many Blind Man.
Blind Man. People are in
That
the
takes me
like
so far back.
1970s songbook here, but I do know that one. So we could do that one.
That's right?
Yeah, why not?
Man, I have not played this song in a long time.
So
all right, we'll do it.
This goes like this.
Blind man sits by the road and he cries. Clap, clap. Blind man sits by the road and he cries. Blind man sits by the road and he cries. He cries. Oh, show me the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. The way to go home.
We all sit by the road.
We all sit by the road and we cry. We all sit by the road and we cry. We all sit by the road and we cry. We cry. Oh, show us the way. Show us the way. Show us the way. The way to go home.
Did you ever do anything like this?
Hit it. Na 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 na.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Now we sing, Jesus stands by the road. Jesus stands by the road and he cries. Jesus stands by the road and he cries. Jesus stands by the road and he cries. Oh, I am the way. I am the truth. I am the light. Follow me home.
Or just like clapping so remember I feel like this.
Jesus. 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 Oh, he is the way. He is the truth. He is the light. Follow him home.
Thank Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah, that one came back.
That
That's
did. That
fun.
was a great request. All the people who piled on for doing that song. Let's see. Let's do. Let's get outside the box a little. Did you want to do home?
Yeah.
Matt and I are both saddened this week at the passing of John Prine, who's a American singer-songwriter and a legend, and has captured kind of just so many American sentiments throughout his career. If you're not familiar, look him up. Look up some songs. This is one of our personal favorites, and so we'll sing it for you now. Anything else to say about?
No, it's good.
Are we in G?
Actually, I heard this song for the first time at a Josh Ritter concert. He did this at a solo acoustic thing, and then later I came to find out it was a John Prine song. It kind of helps turn me on to John Prine's music. So yeah, in D.
Yeah, sure.
This is called Mexican Home.
It got so hot last night, I swear.
Wait, start over. It's just D and G back and forth, right? Start out.
Yeah.
Do I usually finger pick that?
No, okay.
I'll go like that. Alright, haven't done this in a while. Here we go.
It got so hot last night, I swear. You couldn't hardly breathe. Heat lightning burnt the sky like alcohol. So I sat on the porch without my shoes. I watched the cars roll by while the headlights raced to the corner of the kitchen wall. Mama dear, your boy is here and I'm far across the sea, waiting for that sacred chord that burns inside of me. And I feel a storm, wet and warm, not 10 miles away, approaching
my Mexican home. Oh my God, I cried. It's so hot inside. You could die in your living room. Take the fan from the window, point the door back with a broom. Well, the cuckoo clock has died a shock, and the windows feel no pain. The air is still as a vent on the funeral train. Mama dear, your boy is here, and I'm far across the sea, waiting for that sacred core that burns inside of me. And I feel a storm, wet and warm, but not 10 miles away, approaching my Mexican home. Well, my father died on the porch outside on an August afternoon. I sipped bourbon and I cried with my friend by the light of the moon. So hurry, hurry, step right up. It's a matter of life and death. Well, the moon's going down and the moon's just holding its breath. Mama dear, your boy is here, and I'm far across the sea, waiting for that sacred core that burns inside me. And I feel a storm, wet and warm, but not 10 miles away, approaching my Mexican home. One more time. Approaching my Mexican home.
Amen.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the people are asking.
Feels like it's time for a hymn. Have there been any hymns pop in?
No, some love for John Prine though. I like
Good.
that.
Good. 3-1. I've seen Sanctuary pop up a number of times. We'll do Sanctuary. Maybe we can end with Sanctuary. That's a good way to go out with our time.
How about one of the hymns that we've done?
Be Thou My Vision?
No, let's
say them.
Yeah, we probably have time for like 3 more maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe less. What's one of the hymns we've done that we like from the regular adult morning watch one? I mean, we could go ahead and do Be That My Vision, I guess.
Shall We Gather Rivers fun?
Oh yeah, let's do that. For
Pump
sure.
it?
For sure.
All right. Shall We Gather at the River is in the book somewhere.
Could look stuff ahead of time.
MNOPQRS. It's a letter song. 423.
Cool.
That's going to be in book number 1.
All right.
All right. Thanks for hanging with us, y'all. It's been, time is flying.
Yeah,
so,
we could keep doing this. This is fun.
Ready, these? Yeah.
Shall we gather at the river where bright angel feet are trod, with its crystal tide forever flowing by the throne of God? Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God. On the margin of the river, washing up the silver spray, we will walk and worship ever on the happy golden day. Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. We're gonna gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God. Here we reach the shining river, lay we every burden down. Grace our spirits will deliver and provide our hope and we're gonna gather at the river, the beautiful river. your boots. Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Let's gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God.
Let's see if there's maybe one more request in there that we could pick up. Where'd you got it?
Right here.
We're running low on
Come Thou
time.
Fount.
Oh, Come Thou Fount's a good one. Amazing Grace of Tuna Gilligan's Island is a great one for you to do on
That's
your
one
own
video,
time when our time ends.
Look, our little brother says we should sing the Lutheridge hymn.
Great job, Nathan.
Nice. How about let's do like one more kids song and we'll end with Be Thou My Vision. Is that cool?
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the Sanctuary.
What can do? Okay, we can end with Sanctuary then. Should we be Thou now? Or should we do another like motion kind of song?
We don't have time to think about it. Let's do Be Thou My Vision.
Cool.
And then
it's in the other
we'll
book.
figure it out. Yeah, I want to say it's
790
something. I'm going straight for the 790s.
793.
Crushed it, y'all.
Nice.
Nope. Don't ever let it be said that Pastor Jesse doesn't know his cranberry book.
My church doesn't use this hymn.
Well, then. Shout out Lutheran Church of Our Father. We actually don't have these symbols either. We do everything online, Sundays and Seasons. But I know there's some Our Father folk watching. Thanks. It's a joy to be with you on this Saturday still. We're not playing this in. Playing that in D? Is that what we normally do?
Yeah.
All right.
Are you doing D with the capo or just straight?
It's up to you.
Doesn't matter. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Like between 3 and 4?
Between 3 and 4.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Okay.
4.
Be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart. Not me, all else to me, save that thou art. Thou my best art, both by day and by night. Waking or sleeping, thy bliss is my life. Be thou my wisdom, and thou my true word. I ever with thee, and thou with me, Lord. Thou my soul shelter, and thou my high tower. Raise thou me heavenward, O power of my power. Riches I heed not, nor vain empty praise. Thy mine inheritance now and always. Thou and thou only, the first in my heart. Great God of heaven, my treasure thou art. So if you got a light, hold it high for me. I need it bad tonight. Hold it high for me, 'cause I'm face to face. Hold it high for me in a lonesome place. Hold it high for me with all the hurt that I've done. Hold it high for me, that can't be undone. Hold it high for me, light and guide me through. Hold it high for me, I'll do the same for you. Hold it high for me, I'll hold it high for you, 'cause I know you got. I hold it high for you, your own valley to walk. I hold it high for you, though it's dark as death. I hold it high for you, and it gets darker yet. I hold it high for you, though your passing's lost. I hold it high for you, through the thieves and the rocks. I hold it high for you, I keep you safe from harm. I hold it high for you, until you're back in my heart. So be the light in my lantern, the light in my lantern tonight. Be the light in my lantern, the light in my lantern tonight. Be the light in my lantern, the light in my lantern tonight. Be the light in my lantern, the light in my lantern tonight. Light
looks like we got like 2 minutes, and so we've been hearing some Sanctuary. Let's do like a 60 seconds of Sanctuary and say goodbye.
All right.
This will be the last one. We'll keep it short because we know our next person is ready.
Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, and with thanksgiving I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Sing, Lord, prepare me. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, and with thanksgiving I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Let's do I exalt thee. I exalt thee, I exalt thee, I exalt thee, O Lord. I exalt thee, I exalt thee, I exalt thee, O Lord. Last time, sanctuary. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, and with thanksgiving I'll be a living sanctuary for you.
Thanks for being with us this hour. You can catch more music and devotions like this at Morning Watch on Facebook and YouTube. And that's our hour.
Thank you so much, Morning Watch. It was great having you on here. I know that technology really enjoyed the puppets and just wanted to say goodbye. Awesome. You guys got a lot of responses. A lot of people were amped to have you here. Thank you so much for being part of the Triduum Project.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really fun, and we're excited to tune in next for Pastor Lita.
That's right. Lita is here, and we're going to get her up in just a second. Lita, you can go ahead and turn on your video. And welcome to the Triduum Project. We're amped that you're with us today. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
So we have made it now all the way to hour 43. Can you believe that? With only some minor, hiccups and interruptions. So we're here.
Hey, good.
So you're a Broncos fan. Like you're in Colorado.
I am.
You say on your church's website that if you could have dinner with anyone, you would have it with the Broncos. Is that real?
I wrote that about 10 years ago, but
I see why you might have changed your mind.
Yeah. I still think I would. The reason is my grandparents were one of the first season ticket holders, and we still have 2 of their seats in our family. And so it was kind of a bonding thing I had with my dad and my grandfather. So maybe I would change that now to having dinner with my grandfather and dad and reminiscing on those days. So
right on. Well, welcome. We're excited to have you here. And I'm going to toss it over to you. And you're going to be doing stuff with Praying in Color. Is that right?
Yes, I am. We'll see how this works.
Awesome.
Usually I have people right here with me, but got a plan. So thanks for having me, and I'm excited to be part of this project. I want to present with you a time of praying in color today, and this is not my concept. It's actually from a woman named Sybil Macbeth, and she has a great website. I'm going to see if I can share my screen. And her website is called prayingincolor.org. Let's see, here we go. So you can kind of see her website. She even has a specific prayer for today, Holy Saturday. So I'll be referring to that a little later. The neat thing about her is she's got a couple of books, she's got several, some about praying in color, some about black and white prayer, which is more about writing or just using pencil. She also has things for children, and I do commend her Writing to God book as a Lent practice. So maybe for next year, something you can check out. She also here has several handouts available that you can use. You can print them at home. And she has step-by-step guides. She has calendars, all kinds of resources for doing this on your own, in your church, with your youth group. I have been doing this with middle and high school and youth leaders for many years. And each time is a different experience. And usually the youth I do this with find it nice, meditative space that also allows them to be active. And so praying in color has many benefits. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about the reasons why to try this out before we get into actually doing it. Some of the reasons would be like, because you want to pray, but maybe words just aren't coming to you. Or you might be someone who has trouble sitting still or staying focused in meditation, and this really can help with that. And it can be done for a long time or for a very short period of time. Also, sometimes we want our bodies to be a part of our prayer, not just our minds. And we just had a great example of that in singing. Singing all those songs that puts our whole body and mind and spirit into that space. And this is another way to do that. Another way to get more of your body as a part of your prayer and get things from your head out of and your heart out into your prayer life. And also it's a way to spend time and talk with God, but it's also a way to be a listener in prayer. It's a way to help your mind from wandering. And it also gives you a visual and a concrete way to pray. So I want to share a little bit, just a sketch of what this might look like. This is from one of her handouts, and I'm not going to give you, I don't want you to get a lot of preconceived notions in your head, but before you try it, but also try to give you some examples. So what we will do this to get started, we'll talk about the supplies you might want to gather. And then you see here, she begins with a name for God, and then prays around that, and then draws these lines out to pray for people or places or things on your heart. This example is very much kind of doodling art, I would call it, letting the mind wander and pick colors and draw what seems to be there. But you can also draw things that are on your mind or write the words. You can draw the creation you're praying for or draw the person that you're praying for. It's whatever you it's whatever you feel drawn to do, whether it's the doodling or more artistic or writing words in different colors. So what you need is pretty simple. You need paper, and You can have a large sheet of paper. This this is a smaller sheet because it's what I have for blank paper in my home. And you can use lined paper, you know, don't get too caught up in what kind of paper. And you might want to have a couple sheets on hand in case you decide to go big. And then also your favorite thing to work with in art. I love colored pencils because they're easy to sharpen and write words with and color with, but it doesn't matter. Crayons, markers, just a regular pencil, felt tips, paints, whatever it is that you enjoy seeing come out in your writing and on your paper. So while you are having a moment to maybe get those items, if you don't have them, I think it would be fun for us to share in the chat. What is your favorite? What's your favorite thing to draw or write with? And what's your favorite color? What's the color that speaks to you the most? So you can share those with me in the chat. I'll say my favorite color is orange, and it's gone between orange and yellow throughout my life. I see we have a blue person here, and my daughter, when she was 2, she had a thing about colors, and she didn't want anyone to have the same color. And so she would assign you your favorite color. Now, luckily, she got mine right. I must have told her or something because she assigned me orange. But she assigned her dad green, and his actual favorite color is blue. And she didn't actually really know that till she was 18, and it kind of blew her mind. So I see we have a person who loves green. That's wonderful. Oh, and there's a yellow. Great. Red ink. Oh, yes. Gel pens. Carol loves gel pens. And I love all kinds of pens. It was actually, I must confess, the first thing when we got quarantined and put in stay in place, my daughter ordered us both new pens. I guess we decided we had enough toilet paper and that was essential. So I don't have any gel pens right now. I should probably get some. So, all right. So what are people using at home? Are you using gel pens? I see a lot of people that like gel pens. Do you have any crayons out there? All of these things work. If you have children with you, let me know, and I can even modify some of this is for all ages. I'll just make sure I use good wording. I would say with young kids, this is a great practice to kind of let them come in and out of, and for our time today. And it can also be like, let's spend 10 minutes drawing what we want to pray about. And it can be a great talking point at home as well, with younger people. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and get started. How our time will go is that I have a way to get you started. And the other thing you might want to think about is if you like to have silence while you're doing this, if you want to put on some music that you enjoy during this time, that's all right too. I like to have, it's nice here today in Colorado, and so I can hear the birds singing. I guess we're supposed to get a lot of snow and ice this evening, but I can hear the birds singing right now, and so I kind of have the window open, and I like that. So anything that you like to have surrounding you during this time. I am 11. I don't know what that means. Oh, good. You are here and you are 11. That's great. This will be great. You'll totally be able to participate. And calligraphy. That's cool. I have never been able to get that right, but I can't say I've tried that hard. So maybe that's something I'll try to learn going forward here. So we will start. We're going to have some readings. I'm going to guide you through some specific things to think about while you pray, give you some suggestions, but just remember that this is your prayer and your time and space for this. And I'll also, at the end, I guess I don't know if you can share photos in this chat or not, but if anyone wants to share what the experience was like for them, or share something that they are drawing and praying for, feel free to add that to the chat as we go. Okay, so we will have scripture, we will have some guided meditation, and I invite you to make this time your own. Okay. So we're going to start with, and this we can do in the chat as well, brainstorming. I want you to you could make a list on another piece of paper or on the side of your paper, or list it in the chat, but let's just brainstorm some words for God, names for God. So obviously we have God, and I'm watching the chat to see if there are others. Jesus, Holy Spirit. What are some other names or words you might call God? I'm gonna give a little space for that, a little silence. Oh, okay. So you can't share pictures, but you could link to a picture of your prayer. So if anyone's so inspired to do that. Oh, the living word. That's a great one. Compassionate one. Wonderful counselor. Way, truth, and light. Oh, life. Light works too. Prince of Peace. Breath. Alpha and Omega. These are beautiful words. There's a book called What is God's Name? And I commend that to you as well. All in All. King of Kings. What is God's Name is a beautiful book, and it goes through all the different things that people call God, or that we call God throughout our lives. And I'm recalling that book, and some of them are friend, shepherd, mother, father, healer. So as we think about those names for God, I want you to pick one. But first, before you decide for sure, I want to read you Psalm 46. So we're going to start with this scripture because today is Holy Saturday, and it's a day of waiting, and it's a day of in between. It's a day of, in some ways, of being still and listening for God. So I'm going to read to you Psalm 46. And while I read that, decide on what word you are going to write down for God and put that name for God on your paper. If you decide early, you can begin to draw around it, and you're invited to draw a circle around it. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble with its tumult. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of the city. It shall not be moved. God will help it when the morning dawns. The nations are in an uproar. The kingdoms totter. God utters with a strong voice. The earth melts. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Come, behold the works of the Lord. See what desolations God has brought on the earth. God makes wars cease to the end of the earth. God breaks the bow and shatters the spear. God burns the shields with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I am exalted among the nations. I am exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. So if you haven't written what your name for God you would like to use today, I invite you to do that. And draw a circle around that name. And as you draw this circle, think about what this name means to you today, what this name has meant to you in the past, what your hopes for this name are in the future. And keep drawing that circle or add to it. Today is Easter Saturday, and Sybil has a poem, a prayer poem for this day. So as we draw our circles around this name, I'm going to read what this poem about today. Holy Saturday, the blackest day, the emptiest day, the sorriest day, the silent as a grave day, the hold your breath day, the candles barely shed a ray day, the waiting day, the no word from God day, the call it quits day, the please Lord give us a glimmer of light day. Think about, as you're meditating on this name of God and on this Holy Saturday, do you want to fill in that circle with a solid color? Do you want to create a pattern? Do you want to draw what that word means to you? And in this space, I'm going to take 30 to 45 seconds of silence. If you want to, you can share the name that you picked. I chose healer. Healing God is on my heart a lot right now. It's a prayer that I have for some specific individuals who are ill, and also for the world and all the different places, and particularly with the pandemic, that we need healing. Our next reading is from Matthew 27. And it's the story of this day of the burial of Jesus. And as you listen to this reading, continue to color or draw what comes to mind. If a word comes to you and you want to add it now to your page, draw a line from your God word. Write that word down or draw a picture and color around it. Feel free to add doodles or words or just color whatever speaks to you at this time. So from Matthew 27, verses 57 to 66. When it was evening, there came a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph, who was also a disciple of Jesus. He went to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Then Pilate ordered it to be given to him. So Joseph took the body and wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his own new tomb, which he had hewn in the rock. He then rolled a great stone to the door of the tomb and went away. Mary Magdalene and the other Mary were there, sitting opposite the tomb. The next day, that is, after the day of preparation, the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered before Pilate and said, "Sir, we remember what that impostor said while he was still alive. After 3 days, I will rise again. Therefore, command the tomb to be made secure until the third day. Otherwise, his disciples may go and steal him away and tell the people he has been raised from the dead. And the last deception would be worse than the first." Pilate said to them, "You have a guard of soldiers. Go make it as secure as you can." So they went with the guard and made the tomb secure by sealing the stone. In this time of silence, I invite you to listen. Either listen to the sounds that are around you, even pause your coloring for a moment and close your eyes. Just settle in to what you hear around you. This reading is about the waiting day and the care that was taken to secure Jesus. So as we continue our prayers, what are you waiting for in your life right now? Draw a line from your God word and draw what you are waiting for, or write words to describe it, or doodles to show your emotions around it. The other piece of this scripture is the first part was waiting, and what are you waiting for in this time? But it's also about the question of security. This was around securing, locking people out, making sure a story that, making sure the story of the resurrection wasn't told, although we know that that isn't the truth of what happened. But what is it that makes you feel secure or cared for this day? Write, add that to your reflections on what you're waiting for, or create a new space on your paper for how it is that you feel cared for this day. There's a lot of noise out my window. Maybe it's people you are with. Maybe it's having a conversation with the loved one who's far away. Maybe it's simply the food you have or the toilet paper you've secured. Humor is okay in prayer. It could also be the weather, the hope for what is to come in the spring. Also, in this waiting day, you might have a place where you feel disconnected from God, or a thing that feels disconnected. If that's true for you, write that, draw that, and don't connect it to that circle yet. Let it be in that space of disconnection for a moment. And if you don't have one, that's all right too. As you think about any part of that disconnection throughout this prayer, it may not happen right now, but when you find words or thoughts, a way to connect that to the center with God, go ahead and draw that line, or maybe it'll be now, maybe it'll be in a few days. So now we will turn our prayers away from ourselves for a little bit, and we'll turn our prayers towards different parts of the world. We are in a time right now on this Holy Saturday of being connected to the world that is a time of sickness. And we could say that before the pandemic, that the places where people don't have water or where healthcare isn't manageable, and they may be in our own country, there are places in our own country, there are places outside of our country as well. And there are people right now in this world of sickness, maybe you are one of them, experiencing great grief or pain or sickness yourself. Maybe you are in one of those places right now that is struggling more. So at this time, we're going to write or draw a place in the world that's on your heart. Think about a place that you especially want to lift up to God. Write the name of the place, draw a picture of it if you can, or a symbol for it. And meditate on that place and the people there and the connections they have with God. If you know people in that place and want to write their names, lift them up specifically, you're invited to do that as well. Once you've decided on your place, if you're willing to put that in the chat, so we may all lift up that place that is on your heart or mind. I have put Ecuador as my place. I was there in 2017 and there for a service trip, and met a wonderful man who and his family who lead a community center. They're building one so that there's a place for doctors to give those in need care, and dentists, and they have after school programs for children and food for people who need it. And so we were there to help lay the foundation of that building. And we were supposed to go there this summer again to add on, and I mean, other groups have added on, but Ecuador is very devastated by this disease right now. And my friend has lost one family member and may lose another. And I see in the chat that we have prayers lifting up for San Jose and the Bay Area. I'm going to wait another minute to see if there are more. As we can, oh, here we go, Ghana and Senegal. As we continue our prayers, let us pray for creation. It could be very specific and personal, like a garden or a community place where people can grow food. Or maybe it's a place experiencing the hardships of climate change. Or maybe it's a part of creation of helping farmers have what they need to grow crops. Whatever comes to your heart and mind, begin to draw and connect that prayer of creation to God. And we can put those in the chat and I will speak mine for you. Lifting up prayers for the mountains right now where I live. What happens in the mountains affects us, whether we get enough snow or rain in the mountains, whether we get too much dry heat, changes our rivers, changes our fire patterns, changes the places we can go and be. And I'm praying at this time that because there's so many people going out in them now, that more than normal. And I think that's beautiful. And I'm also praying that we don't get the devastation, or also that the mountains get what they need this year. The amount of sun, the amount of snow, the amount of rain. I'm going to pause and shut my window. My neighbors have decided to come out. Which is lovely, but a little loud for prayer time. The next prayers that we lift up are prayers for neighbors, friends, or family. You can pick one of those, or you can pick all of them. Who are the people? Who are the people that are close to your heart, close to your thoughts? Maybe it's the people who are quarantined with you. Maybe you need a prayer for patience. Maybe it's for people who are far away and that you are missing. I have a request to see my doodles. Yes, I will do that. And I'll definitely share at the end. I am not an artist. So that's probably a benefit of me sharing. And I don't want anyone to think they have to do it like I do. And this one's very different from what I've done before, actually. Usually, I have more words. So let me get this drawn. Okay. I just thought that we don't expect perfect. So as I've been praying, I picked the word healer, and that's a lot of God word I've picked before, but that must be on my heart and mind. And as we were in that time of meditation, I just kept filling that in and thinking of the places that I'd like to be healed. The funny looking, it looks like an Easter egg now that I look at it, but originally that was the place of burial. I was thinking of the tomb, and then praying for in this waiting time. I'm waiting for spring. It looks like spring out, but we're supposed to get a huge storm. But I think this waiting for spring is my way of sitting in that trust of God, that creation, the seasons promise that spring will come, and that spring will come for us too in our waiting. And so it's kind of a hopeful thing for me. And then it turned into an Easter egg looking thing. So, and then I'm lifting up Ecuador, and I just wrote that country's name and then the names of the people that I know there. The mountain creation. The disconnect I feel right now is not feeling like I am connected in God's future plans for me. I drew a hat there because I've been in coaching training, and that has stalled out during this COVID crisis because I can't focus on it. So I'm feeling a little disconnected from something I felt very called to at one time. And then that little person is my friend who lives far away in Utah. And she's the friend I'm praying for during this time. Not only because I miss her, but because her job is stressful right now. And so it's our second Easter not spending it together. And so there's just prayers for her in that. So now as we turn, we're going to go back in for a prayer for ourselves and our connection to God. And I am going to read to you in just a moment, again from scripture, but take a moment of some silence and think about what is the place where this is really the listening part, the listening to God part. So let what comes to mind for how God is speaking to you today in this time. Let that come to mind and create space for that. And I'll read in just a moment. Okay. So Romans 8:38. I'm actually going to start at 31. It's a familiar scripture. It's one that comes out at a lot of different times. And I think as we start to close up this prayer, I invite you to find, as you hear these words, find ways to connect your prayers together. How are they connected? Can you connect that disconnected one, or does it need to sit? But I want you to hear this scripture as a promise in this waiting time. God's love in Christ Jesus. What then are we to say about these things? If God is for us, who is against us? He who did not withhold his own son, but gave him up for all of us, will God not with him also give us everything else? Who will bring any charge against God's elect? It is God who justifies. Who is to condemn? It is Christ Jesus who died, yes, who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who indeed intercedes for us. Who will separate us from the love of Christ? Hardship or distress, persecution or famine, or nakedness or peril or sword? As it is written, for your sake we are being killed all day long, and we are counted as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through God who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. So as you finish up this prayer, you can say your amen. I'll show you that what came to my mind while I read that scripture was this all-encompassing promise and love of Christ. And so I just drew a big heart around it all. That's how I connected it. And my light, this light, I drew it coming from the healer to this future plans disconnected part, I feel, as a symbol to me to remember to listen. So that is my praying in color from this time. And I would love to, if you can link it to show us, that would be wonderful. If you can't and just want to put in the chat some things that you lifted up in prayer or what this experience was like for you, we can just take the last few moments to share in that. And I know I just have to pause and wait and see if anything comes up in the chat. Oh, perfect. So you can share the doodles on social media using the hashtag. Okay, I can't say this word. The Triduum project. Triduum? Is that how you say it?
Triduum's how we've been saying it.
Triduum. I
killing it.
practiced and I was like, oh no, I can't say this word. So I just kept saying vigil.
That's perfect. I thank you so much for showing your art, you know,
You're
and
welcome.
I know at first you were sort of like, I'm not an artist, but man, that was great. It really, you know, helped us to see how this looks, at least one expression of it. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So how was the experience for you, Adam?
It was very chill. I didn't really draw anything. I wrote a lot of things out with
Okay,
my
yeah.
hand as I was going through this, and ended up with all kinds of scratches.
Awesome.
But it was a great process.
Good.
I don't know why I ended up doing text rather than drawing as we went through this, but it's just kind of where I went.
Yeah, that happened. I've done that before too, or just been a lot more doodly before. For some reason, I had pictures in my head today. So
Yeah, no, it was great. I really liked your pictures. It looked like a really colorful, beautiful, prayerful sort of flow chart. I was down
yeah.
with it.
Well, I like color, so that's been a fun part of learning how to do this. Is I don't always have a reason to color anymore. So,
Yeah, I mean, it may have also been an issue of medium. I saw early on some people were suggesting like gel pens and like hair brushes, and like I had this, so that may have dictated my approach this time.
Yeah, I think that's true. She actually has a book too. I can't remember. It's like praying to God, and it's something like in black and white, and it is more about writing.
Mm-hmm.
Than coloring. So I haven't actually explored that one, but I've heard other people say good things about it. So
Yeah, that's awesome. We're so grateful for you sharing this hour with us and inviting us into this process and sharing these resources.
All right. Well, you're welcome. So do I go ahead and introduce the next person now, or?
If you're ready to go, that would be fine. There are a lot of people here on the call now from our next presenters. So if you'd like to do the handoff, that would be awesome.
Sure. So I don't know all the people on the call, but I do have the name of Kristen, and they are part of YAGM, which is Young Adults in Global Mission. And I guess, and I know are you in Senegal right now, or just sharing about Senegal? Yeah, I know the Yagams had to come home. So they're going to share about experience and in Senegal, and also I think a cooking project. So I'm excited to see that. All right, thank you for having
Lita,
me.
thank you so much for being part of this. And so we're going to hand things off now to Young Adults and Global Mission in Senegal. And we see that many of you are gathered here. Welcome to the Triduum Project. It's awesome to have you here.
Thank you, Adam. We need a little technical help as we get started. We have one of the Google slide things. Should I do it through share screen? Is that what we need to do?
Just use share screen, and share screen will, in terms of the live feed, that'll be the primary thing that's seen. And I know you asked for, people not being shrunk too much. I don't know how much control we have over that, but I will do my best when that's being presented to make whoever the presenter is visible as possible. I have gained some fluency on those controls, and I'll do what I can and sort of be attentive to what this looks like on the YouTube side. So I've got you. But share screen is the right way to do that kind of thing here.
Okay, it should be opening now. The fun part of this is we have no idea what people are seeing always. But we'll make it work. Adam, can you see it?
There's a little bit of a lag, so I'll see what this looks like here in just a moment on YouTube. And when it switches, which I think it'll do really soon, we'll be able to see.
There it comes.
All right, what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing the PowerPoint and your head in the top right corner, which I think is probably what we're going to get.
Okay, we'll work with it. Okay. Thank you, Adam. Yagam, you ready? Yes. Okay. So thank you all for joining in with us today. My name is Pastor Kristen Engstrom, and I am the coordinator of the YAGM Senegal program. Soon you'll get to hear from those YAGM, but I wanted to introduce us a little bit and what this program is, because I don't know if all of you even know what YAGM is. Before I sort of go to that, just want to share the theme we're going to talk about. As you know, it's Holy Saturday today, which is a day of waiting. Jesus died and was buried last night, yesterday, and today we wait and hope for the resurrection. And so we wanted to share some stories and songs of living into the waiting from Senegal. So hopefully you'll pick up those streams, those threads as it goes through. But just to tell you what YAGM means is, YAGM actually means Young Adults in Global Mission. And it's a program of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, the ELCA, where young adults get to spend 1 year living and serving with our ELCA companions around the world. So this is the YAGM Senegal crew. Here you can see some of those YAGM, if our slideshow is working, I hope. And then I also don't assume that you have a clue where Senegal is. Some of you may know. So here, hopefully you can see Senegal is on the continent of Africa, and it's the furthest Western country. It's actually really close to the United States, the furthest Western country in West Africa. And then here we have the map of Senegal. And so I'm going to turn it over to our young adults to take away the presentation. They're going to each introduce themselves and share where it is that they served in Senegal. So YAGM, unmute yourselves and then to share your name and where you served.
My name is Connor Haran. I'm from Boulder, Colorado, and I was placed in Dakar, Senegal, in a suburb called Yembel. And I served with a microfinancing bank there called Volante Credit Union, and it's a part of this greater Lutheran organization called SLDS, which is Lutheran Development Services for Senegal. And yeah, that's kind of a little overview of what I did.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Ziegelmeyer, or as I went by in Senegal, Ndeye Mariam Jai, and I too served in Yembel, in a suburb of Dakar, where I worked with the community center of SLDS, and also in the Complexe Scolaire Non Andreal, which is a part of SLDS as a school, and that is where I served.
Nice. I am Sarah Weaver. I live in Flower Mound, Texas, and I lived in Senegal in Fatigue, and I worked in the Lutheran Church of Senegal in the music and liturgy department and also the accounting department.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie Williams. I'm currently in California. In Senegal, I served in Foundiougne with the Department of Community Development that was a part of the church, working on a project for food security. Oh, and my Senegalese name was Aiden Jai. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Hi, I'm Collins Pritchett. I'm currently in North Carolina, but I was placed in the city of Linger, the beautiful city of Linger, where I worked at Fernanda Joliffe Laitery and Dairy Farm, as well as École Aimée, where I was an English teacher. So as some of you know, we had to return home a few months earlier than we had initially planned due to COVID-19. This unprecedented process has been difficult for all YAGM, but we are so thankful to be a part of this loving project and share with all of you stories and experiences about this country that we have come to love so much. Our hearts are still heavy and our minds still searching for answers. We also sharing some of that vulnerability with you today, so thank you so much for your support and time.
All right. For a portion of this presentation, for my portion, we'll be doing a small art project. So if you can grab a piece of paper and draw a cross on it like this, and then grab a box of crayons or markers or anything that you have lying around the house that you can use to color with, go ahead and grab that and then hold on to it until my part of our little presentation comes up. Thank you.
And that kind of takes it off to me. So welcome. My name is Connor once again, and I went by Ousmane Niang in Senegal. That was the name that my host family gave me. And today, just going to do a little kind of cooking rundown as far as what cuisine in Senegal kind of looks like. If my camera is at the right angle here, you'll notice kind of a bunch of ingredients prepped here. And what I'll be making today is a dish called chicken yassa, and or yassa ganar as in Wolof. And it's a dish that I commonly ate for usually dinners, and it's honestly an awesome dish. It's an onion-based sauce, usually then with skin-on chicken and fried up in a pan, and with lots of kind of flavorful kind of bouillon to it, and other little hints of lemon and pepper as well. So yeah, it should be a good time. I'll be doing that throughout the next hour or so, and we'll be checking in back on me as I kind of get this dish going and hopefully don't burn down my kitchen. And kind of to go into a story as far as how culinary stuff went there. While I was getting used to the meals there, it definitely was very, very new. It was a big transition for me, and I'm the kind of person that likes eating what I want to eat, but kind of there I was supposed to just sit back and eat what was served to me. And in kind of the theme of waiting, I was always waiting for the next meal that I wanted from a standpoint of just difference, because things kind of got a little bit monotonous. However, as I kind of developed and my life kind of grew there in Senegal, I started to learn how to relish in that waiting and kind of relish in enjoying the little things within meals that I constantly had, whether that was yassa ganar or some of these other dishes that are on the screen in front of you. And with that, these are some of our favorites that our whole crew kind of loves. And I'd like to invite everybody to kind of speak on what their respective favorite is.
I'll go first. My favorite meal was chibujen, which is rice and fish. And there are two different types of chibujen that people can have, which is chibuwech and chibuhonk. So it's either red fish or white fish. And I just always really enjoyed my meals, especially on Sundays when my mom would cook. It was always a great time for the family to come around the bowl and just to share a meal together. So that was my favorite meal, chibujen.
I can go because I also really like Chebujen. That was one of my favorites. Or in Serer, because Chebujen is Wolof, so in Serer it's malo folip, which is what we called it. And then I also really enjoyed salad, or salat as it is in French or whatever language. I think it's on the previous slide, but it's yeah, right there. It's on the right. So that's salad yassa. So it has like onions and French fries and lettuce and vegetables and stuff like that. And usually you have like a piece of bread and you put all the stuff in your piece of bread and you kind of make like a sandwich, or you can like scoop it up with your bread. And this is usually a meal my family would at least have on like special occasions like birthdays or holidays and stuff like that. So that was like a fancy meal.
My favorite was the chakri lach, which is right there in the center of the image. It's just porridge, nothing super special, but it always seemed to be like exactly what I needed in the moment. So that was one of my favorites.
My favorite was chebu ganar. Something I always said that was a running joke throughout my year was ganar moi samahari, or chicken is my friend. So that was one of my favorites as well.
And my favorite is nambe, which is on the left hand of your screen right there. It's basically black-eyed peas, or what in Wolof is nyebe, but it is my favorite.
Thanks for sharing, guys. And for my personal favorite, going with the dish that I'm prepping here, that was yassa ganar. So yeah, lots of really awesome flavors and options there. And yeah, thoroughly came to love Senegalese cuisine, and I'm hoping to kind of add it into my repertoire throughout the rest of my cooking career, so to speak. So as I said earlier, we got all these ingredients here, and I will be kind of getting going on prepping this stuff, and we'll check back in with me here in a few minutes and see how it's coming along. So thank you, guys.
That's me. Okay, so I am going to be sharing some Serer words and phrases that I used every day. Also, my name in Senegal or in Serer is Dabandour. It's the name that my family gave me and the name that I went by in Senegal. So a big part of my Yagam year was like forming relationships, and it's kind of hard to do that when you don't speak the same language. You can still do it, but learning the language helps even more to form those relationships and really show the people that who speak the other language that you really care about forming those relationships. So I have this Bible verse here underneath the pictures. It says, "Dear friends, since God so loved us, we also ought to love one another. No one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God lives in us and God's love is made complete in us." So a lot of the times experience God through relationships and through other people. And a lot of that, that waiting time, again, throughout my whole year, waiting till I learned the language, waiting until I, like for the bus even, and I'm just talking to people, or waiting for my family and just talking to people, and in Serer as well. So we can move on to the next slide and get started with our little language learning. So these are greetings, and I use these every single day. So in the morning, I say Mbaldo, which is like good morning. Fede jam, did you spend the night in peace? So every morning when I wake up, I say that to everybody I see. And then for good afternoon, you have Njoko. And then have you spent the day in peace is Yonga jam. And then Ngoropo, good evening. And Yare jam, have you spent the afternoon in peace? So jam is a big word in Serer and also in Wolof. And I think you'll probably hear that a lot. Did you spend the day in peace? Do you have peace? All of that stuff. And we can go to the next one. Okay, so before we do this, in this picture, this is my first Serer tutor. His name is Thomas. I had him when we were in Dakar for orientation before we went to our host sites. So the first day of class, he made me write down what you see here and memorize it, because I use this every single day of my life in Senegal. So Namfio, how are you? Mehemen, I'm good. Jamsom Jago, do you have peace? Jamsom, only peace. Tambina, how is your family? Awama, they are good. Ba Lengjire, I hope no one is sick. How Lengjire, no one is sick. Namchelke, how is your work? Owe Nadia, it's going well. And then you can continue the conversation or part ways, whatever. But I feel like a lot of the time in English, we're just like, hi, how are you? I'm good. Okay, bye. And that's it. But in Senegal and in the Serer language, we go through like this whole list of things. And I know you do this in Wolof as well. And it's really important to ask about all of these things. And next we have saying goodbye, but it's not really goodbye. So in Serer and in Wolof, you don't actually say like goodbye, you say until the next time, which is bojaflakas. And then you can also say bo'oyar, until the afternoon, bo'ofet, until tomorrow, and bondiki, see you soon. But it's never just goodbye forever. And bojaflakas was the thing I said the most whenever I left Senegal, because one, there is no word for saying goodbye, but also it kind of gives hope that you will return in the future and that you will continue those relationships. And in this picture, I have Leopold. He is my Serer tutor in Fatigue, and I spent like most of my year studying with him as well. And then next to him is also my friend Oren from France, and she was here as well and studying with me. And next. Introductions. So kind of going along the lines of like relationships, meeting people, and waiting. Whenever I would meet new people and I would like go and travel or just see a new person, we would go through these also to get to know each other. So you have Namne'e, what's your name? Daba Ne'em, Daba is my name, or my name is Daba. Mam Gino, where do you live? Juar Ganum, I live in Juar. Juar was the neighborhood I lived in Fatigue. Mam Iroro, where are you from? Amerik Inarum, I'm from America. Mam Jallo, where do you work? Église Luthérienne du Sénégal, Jaloum. I work at the Lutheran Church of Senegal. And this picture is the people that I met when I was teaching songs in Nuro to one of the parishes there. I'm there with my supervisor, Nicola. He's next to me, to the left of me. And we went around to some of the different parishes and taught some of the new songs, which is really fun. And we can go to the next slide. conversation topics. These are things I just use on a daily basis or things I enjoy talking about. So you have my favorite, do you want to eat couscous? Baga unyam saj. So couscous is like the Serer food. Like if you ask someone like, do you want to eat couscous? You are, or buga unyam saj, you are basically asking like, do you know Serer? Like, can you converse with me in Serer? So if you say like, I bugam unyam saj, yes, I eat couscous. And then they're like, oh my gosh, yay, and she speaks Serer, so cool. And next is kasumahae. It's hot today. It's usually hot, so people say that a lot. Hajowo, what are you cooking? And then harokene no serer. What is this in Serer? How do you say this in Serer? And then this was a picture of my host siblings and some of their friends. That was actually the first day that I went to my host site, which is really cool. And yeah, that's basically it. I use these conversations on a daily basis, and it was really, really awesome getting to learn and form these relationships through learning Serer as well. I think I have another slide, or is that it? No, okay, we're going to sing a song. So another big part of my year was singing songs. So this is one that I learned. At first, I'm going to speak the Serer so that you all can hear it, and then we will sing first verse of Blessed Assurance, and then the next time we sing Blessed Assurance, it will be in Serer with Bilsatku le Hawina Yammi. Okay, like that. And we can go on to the next one. Okay, so let me get my song pulled up here. So I'll just speak the Serer and then we'll go ahead and start singing. So, Bilsatku le Hawina Yammi. Tok atech ale gari memi. Anda kesel es gari mutlam. Ga'a ye kam hes gari jufkam. Bilsatku le hawena yami. Tok atech ale gari memi. Bilsatku le hawena yami. Tok atech ale gari memi. And there you go. And now we can sing. Let me grab my guitar. My pick is under here. All right, we're good. We have 4. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. And now we'll try in Serer. Bilsatku le hawina yami. Tok atech ale gari memi. Anak keses gari mutam. Gaye kamnes gari mutam. Bilsatku le hawina yami. Tok atech ale gari memi. Bilsatku le hawina yami. Tok atech ale gari memi. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed learning Serer and singing in Serer. Goodbye.
And we are back with Cooking with Connor, or Togu Ak Usman, as they say in Wolof. So we've got the chicken kind of going on here. It's coming along here, 5 minutes each side on that. And just want to give you guys a little rundown of the ingredients here. I flashed a link earlier to africanbites.com. I'll be sure to pop that up in the chat. And all you have to do is look up chicken yassa, and it will be the first recipe that comes up with that search function. And kind of give you an overview of what we got working on here. So like I said, it's an onion sauce base. So we have tons of onion here. It's a lot of onion, but it's not overpowering.
Connor, I did put the recipe in the chat, so people have it if they want to follow along.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so yeah, if you guys want to open that up, go right ahead. And also other ingredients here, we have 4 minced garlic cloves, just for flavor. And lemon is kind of used as this accentuating zest flavor. Really gets the dish this citrusy vibe to it. Senegalese love their lemons. As far as pepper, traditionally, I believe it is called a Scotch bonnet pepper, but we don't have a ton of those in the US. They're kind of hard to find except in specialty stores. So I just use habanero. That's totally fine. Still does the same trick. Senegalese food traditionally isn't super spicy, but it's good to add a little bit of a kick to it and just kind of bring out that flavor. And then we also have some chicken stock here. That's just kind of additional sauce base to go with those onions. And then Grey Poupon, here's kind of the French influence going on here. I would eat Dijon mustard with just about everything. It was kind of weird what I was eating Dijon mustard with, but it was awesome, and really enjoy kind of this interesting French infusion to Senegalese cuisine. And then we also have bouillon cubes. This is also another kind of French infusion and something that is an absolute must within Senegalese cooking. All over the place, it's this brand called Maji in Senegal, and you literally cannot cook a dish without it. It seems you will always be using bouillon cubes. So really bringing out that flavor. And there they actually pack them with a lot more spices and other things of that nature that really kind of bring out flavor for the dish. So it is kind of this ultimate go-to easy spice for any Senegalese dish. And then we also have 1 or 2 bay leaves for flavoring. This is kind of just a little garnish on top, and to be able to bring out kind of additional flavors. So that's a rundown of our ingredients. We're gonna keep going. I'm working with my wonderful mother to get this dish prepped, and yeah, keep it along here. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Jeff. I first want to start off by saying salam alaikum. And then normally what people would say after that is malaikum salam. Just kind of like everyday greeting that many people use in Senegal. And like it says on the slide, my name is Zig. I go by Zig, and my Senegalese name was Ndeye Mariam Jai. And today I'm going to talk about interfaith and how it was, kind of the core of my experience in terms of really understanding why I, was sent there and living in Senegal. So I'll first define what interfaith is, and then I'll go through the pictures, and then I'll kind of explain my perspective on interfaith. So interfaith is how people who orient around religion differently interact with one another, and the implication of these interactions for communities, civil society, and global politics. And then in the next slide, I'm going to just quickly explain. And during our first weeks of orientation, Pastor Kristen was really good about getting us into that interfaith life. And so we actually got to go to a mosque in Dakar, and we were able to have a conversation and sit down and listen with an imam, which is kind of like the pastor of the mosque. And that experience was really influential for me because I think it really honed in on the idea that we were going to be living in communities that looked much different than what we may be living in America. And part of that difference is faith, and the fact that as Christians and as Lutherans, we need to understand our brothers and sisters living in Senegal. So the fact that, you know, being a Muslim and practicing Islam was going to be a part of our everyday routine was something that we were going to have to get used to, and we were going to have to learn how to love and appreciate this beautiful religion. And in the next slide, these are photos of kind of gatherings of faith, and the top left-hand part of the screen is a wedding that we went to. It was for Pascal, who was the general secretary of the Lutheran Church of Senegal. And this was kind of a huge step in the direction of understanding what it means to be a Lutheran in Senegal, and how celebrations are similar yet different through their religion, through our religion of Lutheranism. And in the center of the screen is a picture of a wedding, and weddings are really big and they happen outside, and there's a lot of just sitting and waiting, kind of like in Holy Saturday. And you're waiting for food, you're waiting for the bride to show up. And I really just like that there's not a whole lot of, it depends on where you go, but weddings aren't usually like, because there is a lot of waiting, there's not a lot of like spectacle, and there can be, but I like the fact that you're just having a conversation with people waiting for this event, and it's through those conversations that you're able to, you know, share life and break bread with one another. And then in the right corner is my mom, my host mom, Churro. I always loved getting photos of her from behind, because in terms of like her wardrobe was just so like beautiful in my opinion, and it was something that I just really adored about part of the culture of Senegal, is that whole, you know, the tissue and all of that fun stuff. And then in the bottom is a picture of me again at the wedding with some of my friends. And then in the bottom right hand corner is a baptism that my family had, and my host family was Muslim. So that was always really cool to like understand that, like, oh, like they have baptisms too, and what does that look like? It's just another celebration of life and the naming ceremony and things like that. And then the last slide is kind of where I'm going to start kind of my spiel. And the last day before I left on Wednesday 3 weeks ago, I went to my church, which was a classroom, and I returned this book called God is One, which is a book about Islam and interfaith relationships. And it was actually a book that really helped me understand Islam more, especially in a Christian viewpoint, and how truly similar we are. And what I loved about our little classroom is that there was just this little tiny cross, but which I took a picture, which is on the left side of your screen. And that was kind of the only way that you could really identify that this was a church on Sunday mornings, was this tiny cross on the wall. But I think that tiny cross is really important, because I don't think it matters where you have church, but just that you're coming together and that you're celebrating God and your relationship with God. So now I'm gonna go into my spiel. Okay. Coming to Senegal, I knew that the country was composed of 95% Muslim. Now, as a Christian living in a predominantly Christian society in America, one might read that number and become scared. Scared of the unknown, scared of persecution, scared of living into your Christian identity. And for me personally, I took this number as a way to understand my Muslim brothers and sisters. And in my life, I've had limited interaction with Muslims. However, I have had many opportunities to discuss peacefully and constructively with my friends about our faith in an American context. However, living in Senegal, with a majority of my friends, colleagues, and family being Muslim, I knew that we would be experiencing a beautiful exchange of ideas and faith. One of the biggest things I took away from my community and my family is that Islam is love, and that to follow Islam, you have to love your God. But in order to do this correctly and with everything you have, you must surrender, submit, and commit, and have commitment and peace. And Islam means those words, to surrender. So to surrender oneself to God. And all in all, to be a Muslim, you have to have peace and be willing to follow the word of God or the Quran. Now, this frame of religion of following one God, praying to God, surrendering oneself sounds awfully similar to Christianity. And we believe in one God, and through following Christ, we become disciples of the doctrine. Living as a Christian in a majority Muslim community, I looked at this opportunity for me to delve deeper into my faith and have a better understanding of Islam. Ways that I was able to share my Christian faith were in the little details. When I would talk with my supervisor, Dom, and we would discuss the differences between the Prophet Muhammad and Jesus, the Son of God. Each interaction of ideas brought me closer to my faith and a level of interest and respect for Islam. I never really understood how closely both religions were connected, but understanding the 5 pillars allowed me to get a sense of what it means to be a Muslim. It was through the 5 pillars that I was able to begin to ask my colleagues and family what being a Muslim meant to them and why their faith was important, and why that faith was able to, be the bloodline of the day, or to support that day and be the heartbeat. And so the 5 pillars consist of the Shahada, which is sincerely reciting the Muslim professions of faith; Salat, which is performing ritual prayers in the proper way 5 times a day; Zakat, paying an alms or charity tax to benefit the poor and the needy; and Swam, fasting during the month of Ramadan; and the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. All these pillars, comprise of what it means to be a Muslim. But the pillar that resonated with me the most was Salat, which is the act of prayer. For me, prayer is something that I struggle with as an individual. It is the hardest thing for me to do because it requires a time where I have to sit and be still. And that is really hard for me. It is a time where I have to be honest with myself and with the people that I form relationships with. It is also a space where I feel self-conscious about my faith, especially as an American. I often find that public prayer is seen sometimes in the context of America as an extreme form of showing your religious affiliation. And prayer is an action that people dismiss in schools and in public places. Yet we have this freedom to have religion. But to subjugate anyone to a form of public prayer can be seen as trying to evangelize or being disrespectful in certain social circumstances. So in my life, I've only really ever performed prayer in church settings or church functions, or, in the solace of my own room. But there was one time where I was able to perform public prayer, and it happened to be in an airport with people I had only met 5 minutes before. But it was one of the most uncomfortable experiences in my life, yet solidifying in terms of letting go of my own stigmas of what it means to publicly pray and letting God do their work. But in Senegal, public prayer and acts of faith is something that I had to get used to in terms of this is happening and we are praying right now. And faith is ingrained in the everyday activities. And it is through this outward faith that people come together. And honestly, it didn't bother me in terms of daily life being a Christian and people being Muslim. Rather, it was something that became a normal part of my life, and a part that I appreciated. It was how I was able to know what time of day it was. At 5 o'clock, I was getting awoken by the call to prayer, and that was how I was starting my day. But I think this natural and scheduled daily prayer is why I love Senegal, and faith is the foremost important thing to most people. Yes, people have their families and their jobs, but at the end of the day, faith is what carries many relationships and social structures. Being able to proudly pray in public, in my eyes, is a vulnerable act, shows how comfortable people are in their faith. My communities and my host family made me have to stretch my understanding of what prayer was and how I reacted to public prayer. Public prayer became a time where I myself prayed or questioned my faith and what I believed. There are many times when I would be in the middle of a conversation and someone would say, "Oh, I have to go pray." And that was really daunting for me at times, because I was like, "Oh, like prayer is happening." And it was through this like silence of sitting with myself where I was like, why aren't I praying? Why is my faith in my faith we only pray when we need to or as a congregation, but rarely do we focus on the idea of praying alone, as individuals. Whereas in Senegal, people greet the solidarity of praying alone. So a lot of times I felt myself lacking spiritually, which led me to discern what my relationship was with Christ and when I fall back on my faith while I was in Senegal. But what I realized is that I shouldn't have to fall back on my faith. Rather, I should be falling into my faith, just like my community was doing on a daily basis. Falling into God is something that I have been avoiding most of my adult life. And I have been, and I've been seeking God in ways that could fulfill me right away rather than seeking me out in a personal and lasting relationship through prayer. Prayer now seems like the most sacred way to speak with God and about my life and others. So, so I really loved this idea that Interfaith really pushed me to understand what living with other religious affiliations means, and how putting our differences aside and having a yearning to understand those who may be different than you actually comes at a benefit to you as an individual. And living in Senegal, I became a better Christian because of the people that surrounded me. So it was my Muslim brothers and sisters, my family, my colleagues who pushed me to stretch my faith and for me to, really understand what it means to be a Lutheran. And so with that, I am going to say goodbye. So Allah Wahid, which is God is one, and Yalla Bakhna, inshallah.
Hey everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Nagadef, Yangachi Jam, Yanganos, Alhamdulillah. How are you? Are you in peace? Are you having fun? And thanks be to God. My name's Collins, or Ibrahim Abba, as I was known in Linger. This slide shows a sun over where Linger is located within the country. It's in the northeast. But today I'm going to walk you all through an average day in Linger and share with you some Wolof as we go along. So actually, to start off, I want to share with you 3 words I use the most and can get you through pretty much any day your first couple of days in Senegal. So that being, wow. Wow means yes. You say it a lot, especially when you don't know what's going on. You say wow. Wow, yes. Very simple. Repeat after me. Wow. Yeah, there you go. Wow. All right. Tangana, or Tangana Jir, which is it's hot and the heat is difficult, especially in Linger or in certain parts of Senegal. It can get really hot, and it's a very common conversation topic. People love to talk about the weather, love to talk about how hot it is. It's a good jumping off point. And then you can just answer that with wow, which is yes, it is. Then we have Jetta Jeff, which is thank you. So 3 very simple things. Danganazir, wow. Jetta Jeff, so it's hot. Yes, it is. Thank you. All right, so we're off and learning. But so I'll take you through an average day in Linger for me. So in the morning, I wake up in this beautiful house that you see in the left-hand corner of the screen. And immediately after exiting my room, I fix and eat mburu and coffee, which is bread and coffee, for breakfast, or as you can see on the screen, ndeki. In the middle of the screen is my amazing, caring, and loving host family. And my family is Samawaka in Wolof. Samawaka was very important to me, caring, attentive, and always loved to just have genuine conversations and learn more about me, how I'm doing. And those morning times are really important, where we all sat together, ate breakfast, and spoke about our well-being, how we slept, and about our day ahead. To converse is waktan. So a lot of times I would be told to, sit and converse. So togal waktan. And so sit and converse with us, which is wherever you go and all the time. Okay, and the next slide. As soon as we're done speaking and eating breakfast, I would say merge or mengi to my host mother, Yai, and I would head off to work. That mengi it was just a invitation to let them know that I am leaving and to kind of receive one more gift of peace and good wishes for the day ahead. So I would go to work or Linger at Fernando Jollof Latery, which is in the upper left. And I would work with Ibu. He's right below that. And we would cook and package which is a fermented sweet milk. You can see it in that picture behind the beignets, behind the donuts, as you can see. But I worked with a lot of milk, and we cooked a lot of milk. Fernando Jollof is a latery or creamery where we do those things. Also, in this slide, I pictured my friends, mentors, teachers, and pastor, and put a label next to them saying Samai Khadi, which is my friends. I had the opportunity every day to work, learn, and interact with friends that I will never forget, and was always excited and thankful to see. Whether that was someone teaching me Wolof and Racine, someone teaching me about faith and Christian faith in Senegal with Pastor Sen, whether that was somebody just goofing around and being a sai-sai, or somebody that goofs around in Kundu and Ibu and Samajuf, or just someone that I had a relationship with because I walked by them all the time with Abdu, we're leaning up against the car, or my guy, the Jai Cat at the boutique across the street from me. Everyone is just so incredible and amazing. So on the next slide, after Latery, I would often visit the church, which is pictured on the left. And Waktan and Julie, which is Pray, with Pastor Sen before heading to school. I'm going to explain my job as I would to most people and then get to you, okay? Mengi jungle kachi ekol eme por hale bundao. Nugi jung agle best bunek. Ak jungle wolof chimar. So I'm a teacher for Ecole MA for small children. They learn English every day and teach Wolof to me. Such a rewarding process and opportunity, teaching and learning from these wonderful people. After school, it was time for a Taya and Nopelu, a nice afternoon nap after Ein or lunch, where we sat around the bowl as a family and ate. Qigong, or in the evenings, I take a horse cart or watir to the farm, Fernando Jollof Dairy Farm. This is where the milk comes from that we turn into sow. I would work with these beautiful people on the lower left-hand corner, and we'd feed and milk cows together. They were so patient, so kind to someone that knew nothing about farming, nothing about milking cows, and it was always a great highlight of my experience in Senegal, and very proud of it. So after work would be the evenings, and on this next slide, I featured some of the main words that I would see in the evenings most especially, but that I always really admired. Jam, which is peace, as Sarah talked about earlier. Nos, fun and enjoying yourself. A word that can't really be explained just by fun, but it's just a feeling of joy. And Talanga, hospitality, selflessness that everyone has and everyone shares with you. A night was a time where I was able to go and explore the town, meet new people, and really see these aspects really wherever I went. So right now, we came back very quickly to the US after this incredible experience. Ready to say quick goodbyes to people that, you know, obviously we fell in love with. We fell in love with this place. We fell in love with this country. So just a quick little thing. I'm happier than I've ever been and in a better place than I've ever been in my adult life with my mental health. And I owe that to this experience and these people and this place I've attempted to share with you today. And I have a couple Bible verses that explain kind of how I'm feeling. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. Today's theme is waiting, and often I felt like I was waiting for the next thing or waiting to go home or waiting for what was next instead of being in the moment with these people that I can sit here and tell you are genuinely the most incredible people I've met in my life. In Romans, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is acceptable and perfect. Accepting the person your experiences have made you and putting faith in the grace that was given to the world through Christ. And this experience has taught me that, to be transformed, to be open to change, to be open to learning something new, whether that be a new language, a new way of culture, anything in your life, just open yourself up. And you may feel like you're waiting, but today is here and it's pretty beautiful. So, next we have a song in Wolof after we learned a little bit of Wolof. So I'm going to explain those lyrics. If we can go to the lyric page. Jesus keep me near the cross. Chisa wetu banpi. Yao Yesu Christ damabeg. Jege chi sa banpi. Ndachte fala much. Jinek. Ak banech bu duljech. Sabanpe. Mom leke samandam. Ba besba menopalu. Chasa ngur gu nechga. Sarah, our talented musician, is going to take it away.
Thanks, Collins. Yes, I don't speak Wolof, so thank you for pronouncing that. Great, so we're going to sing Jesus Keep Me Near the Cross, first verse in English, second verse in Wolof. So join us in singing. Jesus, keep me near the cross. There's a precious fountain, free to all the healing stream, flows from Calvary's mountain.
And welcome back. It's your boy, Cooking with Connor, Togu Ak Usman. Just wanted to give you a quick update as what we're looking at here. This is what our dishes are looking like. We got the lemon, the sauce is steaming, rice is ready to go. So we will be plating this guy here shortly. Looking forward to it. We'll check back in soon.
Alrighty, hello everyone. My name is Charlie, or Ida Njai, as I was known in Senegal. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of time, so I am just gonna take out that little art piece. However, I can add what I was going to do in the chat later if you're interested in being involved. So what I'm talking about today is kind of the Yagam experience, I think in general, and how it connects to this Easter season, this Easter story that we're all in. And you can see here on this slide, this is my family and some pictures from Funjun. So when I think about the Easter story, I kind of think of it in these three main chunks. There's the old life, living and existing with God, almost in this kind of status quo sense, and also living and anticipating what is going to be in the future. For example, this disciples knowing that things were going to be different when they were having the Last Supper with Jesus, but not knowing exactly what that change was going to look like. And then we move into the second chunk, which is this moment of great momentous change with the death of Jesus Christ, and then this waiting and grieving process and not really sure what's going to happen next after this. The disciples in this waiting period, not knowing what was going to happen. And then that third chunk, which would be Easter, the resurrection of Jesus and the joy and rebirth that is on Easter. And in many ways, I think Yagam connects to this story and this trajectory through the Easter season. It's a time of intense transformation among volunteers, much like myself. However, in each of our own lives, all of you watching, we may also experience this feeling of anticipation, waiting, and then joyous revival in that Easter time. So I think with that first chunk, Yagam, for me, I felt in my previous life, stuck in this kind of status quo of my faith, going to church, but not really feeling connected. But that made me want to apply to this Yagam program and wanting to engage in the world in a deeper way, calling by God to serve others and anticipating what that was going to look like in the global context. So that kind of first part of the Easter season. And then second, somewhere in that Yagam year or that Yagam experience in Senegal was a time of shock and then reflection, maybe many times of shock and something changing me in my normal life, knowing I was going through that intense transformation and then waiting to see how I was going to emerge from that confusion or experience someone changed. There were many small moments of this transformation, I believe, throughout my year. So confronting poverty and privilege in my context, living in ambiguity and learning a new language, slowly understanding more people, and then other things as well. But this waiting, I think, not knowing how these moments were going to impact me or change me until I came out of that Senegal year of service is something that I think connects to that middle part of the Easter story. And then we move into the next part of Easter and the promise of the resurrection of Jesus. And I think in many ways for myself and a lot of the other Yagam who are participating in this year, we're still in this kind of waiting sense in this area of grief of something that changed that we weren't ready for, and then waiting to see what we were going to come out of this other side of the experience as. However, that promise, there was many experiences throughout my Yagam year that I think did change me into a new person with joy about the work that's being done in the world, which represents kind of that Easter sense. And so stepping into that new life of the things that did change me into a new role and being able to live confidently and apply my faith in the new world, coming out on the other side of some of those experiences with new language, new skills, and a thirst to learn more about social justice and serving communities in need. I feel that sense of newness, that sense of joy that is represented in the Easter season. However, there's still parts of me and many of my friends who I know that are still in the unsureness phase and working through that and coming through this evacuation to learn how that is going to shape us in the future. So I think through all of these things coming together, the Yagam experience can kind of connect through this phase that we're walking through together in the Easter season. And so I hope that you can take the opportunity to reflect on your own experiences. Maybe you've had something like this where you have this sense of status quo, change, grief, maybe, and then coming out and seeing what happens on the other side of that. So I hope you can reflect on that in the Easter season too. And with that, I will turn it over to Pastor Kristen or possibly Connor checking in on his cooking. Thank you so much.
I'm going to share just quickly because I know you all want to see what Connor's up to in the kitchen. So I'm Pastor Kristen, or Nogoy Juf, as my name is in Senegal. Just to quickly share, one of my biggest waiting with bated breath happens in Senegal right at the beginning of the year. You can see in this picture all these taxis pulling away. And after the Yagam arrive and then spend some weeks with me in Dakar, I send them away from me. All our host families come in, and then I send the Yagam and trust the Yagam to their new families in Senegal, and I have to stay behind in Dakar, where I live, and trust and hope that things will go okay, that they will become part of these new families, that their supervisors will take them in, that our sisters and brothers in Senegal will take care of these young adults and form them and shape them and look out for them. But I don't always know. And so I have this verse from Romans about in hope we were saved. But hope that is seen is not hope, for who hopes for what is seen? But if we hope for what we do not see, we wait for it with patience. And likewise, the Spirit helps us in our weakness, for we do not know how to pray as we ought to, but the very Spirit intercedes with us with sighs too deep for words. And as the coordinator, trust in the Holy Spirit, trust in these young adults, trust in our Senegalese sisters and brothers and friends and colleagues, the pictures you see on the screen is what happens. Our amazing sisters and brothers in Senegal, our amazing God who has brought us all together, creates these relationships and changes these young adults. And it is an amazing process to see, but it involves waiting and it involves trusting in God, but it is an amazing process. So that is my waiting experience, just as we all wait together today. I'm going to get back to Connor, who will see if our chicken is done.
Yes, welcome back to Cooking with Connor. So as you can see here, wrapped up there, and this is our final product with the plating. So with this recipe, another thing I recommend you can do that is on that website is you can marinate the chicken overnight, and that definitely does bring out some additional flavors. However, I decided to cook this kind of more in the traditional sense of how my family would prepare it typically at a day in Yemble. And yeah, that is a Yassa chicken. I highly recommend it. There's plenty of other great recipes if you go on that African Bites website and kind of check out the whole plethora. And if for some reason you do have a like Senegalese restaurant near you or something like that, definitely go in and check it out sometime. I highly recommend it. It's honestly amazing cuisine, super healthy, and it's really a solid way to eat. So with that, yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate taking the time. So thank you.
Connor, can you take a bite of that chicken for us?
Yes, can do. Get that pork out. There we go. Let's get the shot.
Sorry, Connor, I didn't know it'd be such a weird visual.
Oh, all good, all good. Doesn't change the flavor, that's for sure. Pretty amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Connor. And now I think we have all of the Yagam. We're going to close it out with a blessing in all of our languages that we speak.
Yes, I'm like crying because of Connor's saying that was amazing. Crying in a good way because I was laughing. Anyway, Jokanjal, Rogafaha, Rogafia Jam, Bojafleka. So thank you, everybody. God makes peace. God is good. And we will see you the next time. Again, there's no word for goodbye. It's only see you next time. So I say that to Senegal. I say that to everybody here. Thank you so much for joining us. Here's all of our thank yous in all the languages, all the God is goods, all the see you laters.
Nomonala sa may hari chi Senegal, sa mahol mo'y dafadis, wante nip chi sa mabab bisbunek. Jada Jeffwai, Jam, Bob Benignon. I miss you, Senegal. My heart is heavy, but everyone is on my mind every day. Thank you very much. Peace to you and to me. See you next time.
Amen. Amen. So thank you all again. Merci beaucoup, Jada Jeff, Jokonja Jaram, for listening and being part of this. And thank you for letting us share this with you. I think I get to turn this over to Adam now.
That's true. Yeah, I'm actually next. So yeah, I'm coming up. So when you get out of screen share, I will magically appear, and we'll move on to hour 45 of the Triduum project. Yeah, right. 45 hours. That's quite a while to be doing this stuff, and it's been pretty wild. Thank you so much for inviting us into your experience and sharing the food with us. Oh man, I mean, by the end, I was just brimming with jealousy that you were eating that. I have to be honest. It's really tough, Connor, but that looked first rate. So thank you for sharing your stories and the language and the interfaith work and the food. We're grateful for your witness to the gospel and the way that you've walked alongside the communities of which you've been a part in the last year. And we'll continue to pray for you in this transition of coming back abruptly and in difficult circumstances. So thanks. Wow.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Blessings to you on what you get to share. I just want to share. I'm so excited to hear what you share about Psalms of Lament, because actually for one of our retreats, we talked about Psalms of Lament. And so I'm very looking forward to what you get to share. So thank you and blessings to you.
Thank you so much. Wow. So it's my turn. I've been hanging out here for 7 hours as a host, and hopefully I can, find enough energy to keep this thing going. It's been really amazing. I'm fortunate that I have a special guest with me who's gonna help me to really get into this. With me to talk about Psalms of Lament today is Michael Chan, and there he is. He's coming up. Michael Chan is a professor of Old Testament at Luther Seminary and a good friend of mine. Welcome, Michael. It's great to have you here on the Triduum Project. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Adam. My pleasure. What a blessing. What an amazing project you all have going on too.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really amazing to see the range of things that have happened here and the energy and the beauty, and it's a lot, and it's been cool. And even recently the technology's been going pretty smoothly. So all that is good. So I was thinking about today. It's Holy Saturday, and it's almost like, when you think of the Triduum, the 3 days, right? Holy Saturday is like the throwaway day of the three. It really is. Like if you were booking the 3 days as a tour, you'd have a show on Thursday and a show on Friday and like 3 shows on Saturday, or on Sunday rather. But Saturday would be like the travel day, right? There's no shows on Saturday. So it's like, what do you do with Holy Saturday, right? And I've been thinking about that a little bit, and I came across a video pretty recently that that resonated with me on what Holy Saturday feels like. And this is something that a friend of mine who actually works in our ministry as a music director, Matt Schur, had shared on his Facebook page, and I want to share that here for just a second to sort of kick things off. So here is the video I think gets at Holy Saturday.
So this is what we do all day? Do we bark at the people too, or just the other dogs going by?
Squirrel! Yeah,
so I've seen this video. I saw this on TikTok.
That's my official Holy
the other
Saturday
day.
video. I mean, really, like, what do you do, right? You're kind of in it, and you remain, and you wait, and you like look out the proverbial window, like longingly waiting for something. I mean, and when you start to think about waiting in that mode, like that sense of waiting with anticipation, but also being in what is a difficult circumstance, for me, that immediately starts to evoke this sort of notion of lament and what lament looks like. You know, a time of mourning somehow coupled with longing. And so when I think of Holy Saturday, it's like that there's this sense in which when we start to talk about Jesus has died and Jesus is buried, right? There's a silence and a waiting that the tomb requires. I'm thinking of Jürgen Moltmann and Crucified God writes about that like the true critique of what he calls the kerygma. So Jesus sort of preaching and life had its earthly end when he died, abandoned by God on the cross. Right? There's this sense in which the Jesus project and the Jesus movement is dead on Holy Saturday. And, you know, what do you say to that? Like, what can you speak into that silence and that grief and that suffering and that end? The word embodied, like, no longer speaks and is all of a sudden sort of muted by death.
Yeah, no, that's really powerful. I had, was prepping for a sermon last week, I think, on Jeremiah 32, and I was reading through Brueggemann has a great commentary on, well, he has, I think, a couple on Jeremiah. But anyways, in his one on exile and homecoming, he quotes George Steiner, who refers to Saturday as the longest day. And I think that's right. And what, you know, we kind of have sort of two seasons of waiting. There's like the Advent waiting, and then there's the Saturday good, you know, or Saturday post Good Friday waiting. And what distinguishes the two is it's like the day after the funeral, you know, or the day after some like catastrophic loss. That's where the burden of Saturday is different than the burden of Advent. I mean, both of them have burdens for sure, but it's like the horror has happened. This is the day after, and it's not Sunday yet.
Right.
It is the longest day. I think that's a nice way of putting it.
That's great language, you know, and to sit in a space where you're anticipating promise, but it's not there yet is difficult, right? It always is a reality where your experience of what is and what is broken and that mourning is in tension, and an uneasy tension with promise, with what is to come, and you can't break that tension.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And the other thing that kind of distinguishes, I think, the long Saturday from Advent and others is that it's not just that somebody has been lost, or that like the Jesus mission isn't going forward, or that all these kind of messianic hopes aren't happening. It's that it is your fault, yours and my fault, that he died. And so there's an accusation, the weight of accusation. That's part of what makes Saturday long also, is the weight of the accusation. And so I think I'm probably not the only one who's had this experience where, like, if you are feeling really terrible about a way that you've really hurt somebody, time ticks to a different rhythm. It's like the time passes more slowly, it passes more ponderously. And that's the other element of this Saturday, is that it's not just that Jesus' mission died, you killed it. Or like love showed up and then you murdered it. Because this is what we do.
Welcome to the Triduum. We're all about smiles and fun here today on Holy Saturday, right? You killed it. Yeah. So as I was thinking about like how we could approach something here, I was really drawn to the idea of like really digging into lament psalms and really thinking about those as a mode of speech and a mode of being, and really as a mode of faith, and getting into that today. So the way we're going to approach this is in my basement. This is my basement back here. Which
your basement looks better than mine.
Well, I sort of turned it into a studio because I'm a campus pastor at the Lutheran Center in Lincoln, and our building is under construction. So when all this went down, we had to move like out of our temporary space into my basement. So it's like the second time we've moved this year. So it's been weird. So we're doing our officing down here, and we've done all our video production in my basement. So my basement sort of turned into a studio, which is weird. But in any case, so I decided to record some dramatic they're dramatic. Oral interpretations of the Psalms with the potential side effect of them coming across slightly cheesy, which I can deal with. It's something that we could share and sort of talk about as we begin to get at what Psalms are, how they function, and the kind of speech and way of being that they bring to Holy Saturday. So I'm going to show the first one now, and then we can talk about that a little bit. So I'm going to start with Psalm 13, which is a shorter psalm, but often is kind of viewed as paradigmatic of what a lament psalm looks like. It's sort of easy to pull apart and to go, these are like the pieces of lament. So let's do that. Let me see. Here we go. Give me just a second. I don't think I did sound on that. I'm gonna fix that real quick. Try that again.
That's true. I don't hear anything.
Yep, I got it. All the little tech things you got to do on these things, man. It's wild. Where'd it go? I put it away somewhere. So while I'm floundering here, trying to find this, say something profound.
I'm really impressed with your hat. I was glad that I wouldn't be the only one with a hat on, but yours does say Foo Fighters, so that makes me really happy.
I mean, it's important to me to wear my Foo Fighters hat at the appropriate time, and this felt like the appropriate time today to wear a Foo Fighters hat. So
now we're streaming this on YouTube and on Facebook also, or
it's only on YouTube right now. So we're gonna try that again. Here we go. Share screen. Computer sound optimized for video clip. And here we go. How long, oh Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long must I bear this pain in my soul? Of sorrow in my heart all day long. How long will my enemies be exalted over me? Consider and answer me, O God. Give light to my eyes, or I will sleep the sleep of death. My enemies will say, I have prevailed, and my foes will rejoice because I am shaken. But I trusted in your steadfast love. My heart shall rejoice in your salvation. I will sing to the Lord because he has dealt bountifully with me. All right, so
love 15. It. You just want to jump right in?
Yeah, let's go.
So first of all, I love I love the way you read it as poetry. This is something that I'm always kind of emphasizing to my students, is that these are poems, and they're meant to be read as such. Oftentimes, I think from the pulpit, we hear them just sort of rattled off as if we were reading the grocery list or something like that. But I think, but I think you're reading it as poetry, and I appreciate that. And part of what is interesting about poetry is the empty spaces are just as important as the words, and you can kind of see that being communicated even in translation through white space. There is a really nice kind of empty spot that you leave in the psalm between verses 5 and 6. My foes exult when I totter, and then that's the transition to "but I trust in your faithfulness." I'm reading from a different translation,
right?
And I think that space that you left communicates a lot. First of all, like, what happened?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that's always like one of the questions, especially with lament psalms, where you have a sort of turn or pivot in them, is within the writing itself. It seems so fundamentally abrupt that like everything's awful, and then all of a sudden you have these sort of declarations or proclamations of faith that seem to come out of left field within the literature, and they're not always there.
Yeah, no, and so that becomes then an interesting question. It's like, is one to imagine that some event has taken place between these verses, or is this where faith actually comes into its own, where it speaks the truth in the face of what contradicts it? You know, where hope of things that are not seen, and that's what I loved about that pause, is because it's almost like that's also the hardest verse to read. But I will trust in your faithfulness, and I think it's almost like, after you've put more weight on the bar, now you're gonna get underneath that weight and push through it. So I appreciated that reading of it.
Yeah, and you brought up another issue with Psalms. Like I was reading a weird tradition that was done by like the International Consultation on the English Liturgy in the Roman Catholic Church, that they released and then like immediately retracted. But I happen to have a couple of psalters they did that way, and those psalters are deliberately. And actually, I didn't use it for 13. 13's an NRSV, but I'll use it for the other two. But that particular translation is deliberately poetic, even sometimes at risk of not being word for word in terms of its translation strategy, because it's trying to create a sense of poetry and trying to use language that evokes the emotion. And that's always a debate with like Psalms, especially, right? Are you writing them for like a liturgical context or a poetic context? Or are you being really, really careful to make sure that, you know, it's as faithful as it can be to the Hebrew grammar? And that's always a conversation with these things, you know.
Yeah.
Where do you kind of land on that? Does it depend on the circumstance?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it is actually circumstantial. I mean, it's one thing to say like it's your job to provide a scholarly translation of a text. It's another thing to say, okay, you as a pastor or a leader or something like that need to make this psalm sing. And think about like what you think about, especially the metaphors is where it becomes interesting, right? Like, what would it mean? For in Psalm 22 has all these animal metaphors, right? Lions and dogs, and yeah, I know it's coming, and oxen, and to think like, what would a modern day image of a lion, a predator, you know, like an apex predator? What would the apex predator in a person's life look like? Maybe it's the fangs of financial disaster or something. You know, whatever the roar of depression, whatever it could be. But I think those metaphors are part of the reason why the Psalms are so powerful, because they almost like work as a mirror. People can see their own lives in them.
Yeah, and I think that's especially, you know, interesting today, that you can almost like think of these psalms as melodies, even sort of like jazz charts and things that you can sort of riff on and improvise on. And I'd encourage you in the chat, those of you that are listening, to do precisely that. If you have like metaphors or lines of lament or things you'd want to articulate, it'd be awesome if you drop them in the chat on YouTube, and we'll read those, because like you know, I think these things have a lot of gravity, and especially when we're looking at 13, you know, that refrain, that fourfold repetition that you have at the beginning of the psalm of how long, right? The first line, Adonai, right? How long, O Lord, Adonai Yahweh, and that's the Adonai, the how long is repeated 4 times. And so it's clear that this is a poem that is not like afraid to overuse repetition, right? But today, I mean, I was thinking a couple of weeks ago, you know, sitting in Nebraska, that the big question was like, when are we going to get our first case of COVID-19? Like, how long is it going to be before that shows up? How long is it going to be before this is over? How long is it going to be before I can leave my house and hang out with people in flesh and blood? How long is it going to be before X, right? So there was a sense in the last weeks and days that this chorus of how long, that's like the human experience right now.
No, I think that's right. I mean, in many ways, that is the Christian experience. It has been ever since the ascension. How long are we going to have to live in this world where we have to cling to these promises of the coming kingdom of God, and for it not to materialize? And so I think that question of how long, it gets to Klaus Westermann, this German biblical scholar, you probably read him before, talked about these lament psalms typically have three problems. One, the first problem is God. And so mainly God's absence here. God seems to be hidden or hiding. And then the second one is that the psalmist has enemies. So like another
Right,
external, right, which is true here. And then the third problem is the psalmist, him or herself, that they have things going on the inside that afflict them. And so the laments often take up all three pressure points, or all three adversaries, in different kinds of ways. And quite appropriately, right, like when the psalmist comes to take on God, it's not just, it isn't just I'm complaining about God in the third person. The way that you confront God in the Psalms is by speaking directly to God.
Yeah.
It's right on the nose. You just go straight at God. And so that's what I love about the Psalms, is that when they have a problem with God, they don't just sort of write about these problems in the third person. They take it up with God. And Job is like the premier example of this, right?
Yeah. And I'm also struck by, in Psalm 13, it is the name of God, right? It's Yahweh. So this is the name that God has given to God's people Israel. So there's this really deeply personal reality that's underlying this discourse. It's not that this is some vague God or unknown God, but the psalm takes up the name of God that was given to the people. And I'm thinking here, I've got this quote from Stanley Hauerwas that he had up in a book some years ago, and he wrote, "Only a people like Israel, a God-possessed people, could know what it might mean to be abandoned by God." So this profound sense that you get in lament psalms of, God hiding God's face, God not remembering, is all rooted in this profound sense of knowing in the first place. That the sense of abandonment or loss or distance is really acute because there's a relationship, because
and there's
God
a
is known.
history.
There's
There's
right.
a history. Yeah, the history is such a problem, right? Because this is in Israel. Now, whether this was probably not composed by David, but it's called Le David. So maybe it's about David, maybe it's to David. It could mean a whole bunch of things. But even still, behind the history of David, earlier than the history of David, is the history of the Exodus. And so this is a people that knows what their God claims to do, knows what their God can do, and that history makes God's absence all the worse and all the more painful. So I think that sort of context there, the history that Israel has with God, this deep and intimate relationship evidenced by the name, makes God's absence worse.
Right on. So let's play another one. I'm going to throw Psalm 88 into the queue, where we don't have that same kind of gift of silence followed by something that feels good.
Good.
Right.
Yeah.
It's something that's a little bit more stark, right? So I'm gonna pull that up. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, and this is a longer one too.
It's a little bit longer, yeah.
22 is even longer, I think.
It is. It's a bear. Here we go.
Save me, Lord my God. By day, by night, I cry to you. My prayer reach you. Turn to me. Listen. I am steeped in trouble, ready for the grave. I am like one destined to go to the pit, a warrior deprived of strength, forgotten among the dead, buried with the slaughtered, for whom you care no more. You tossed me into the bottom of the pit, into its murky darkness. Your anger pulled me down like roaring waves. You took my friends away, disgraced me before them, trapped me here with no escape. I cannot see beyond my pain. Lord, I cry out to you all day. My hands keep reaching out. Do you work marvels for the dead? Can shadows rise again and sing praise? is your mercy sung in the grave, your lasting love in Sheol, your wonders known in the pit, your justice in forgotten places. But I cry out to you, O Lord. Each morning, I plead with you, why do you reject me, Lord? Why do you hide your face? Weak since childhood, I'm often close to death. Your torments track me down, your rage consumes me, your trials destroy me all day. They flood around me, pressing down, closing me in. You took my friends from me. Darkness is all I have left.
Whew. Yeah, that's an intense one for sure. Let's see.
I mean, I hear 88 with a little different tone than 13. And there's this more profound sense of sort of accusation. There's almost a trial of God that's going on here, right? That God is being accused. That there's this sense in which the psalmist is attributing to God these really terrible things that have happened and just saying it, and really believing in a sort of freedom to be pissed at God, right? To just sort of lay it out. And I like doing pissed off scripture reading. It's kind of fun, right?
It is.
But
But
there's a certain freedom there of just telling it like it is, and honest, truthful speech about the way one apprehends the world and the way one is feeling. There's no candy coating the human experience in Psalm 88.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just love the reading, and I also think about how rare that kind of expression is in our churches today, and how rare it is just to see that, to put a Christian to say this is a Christian reading of the Psalm. That's actually a very rare thing, and it this kind of shunning of kind of honest conversation with God, I think, is part of what makes our churches feel so fake and feel so practiced and plastic and all of that. So I loved the reading, and I thought it would be shocking in so many of the churches that I have a chance to be on, to hear a psalm read in this way and to hear God addressed in this way. And yet, John Calvin referred to the Psalms as the anatomy of the human soul. And I thought, like, gosh, I think that's right? Like, there's just about every experience a person could have in life, one will also find in the Psalms. And this is exactly one of them. It's like it's the longest day kind of psalm, right? The psalm that has not yet even turned. You're not even seeing the sun rise on the other end. It's just pitch dark. And there seems to be no hope. The only hope is that the psalmist keeps praying.
Right.
Like, that's the only point of hope. Go ahead.
I mean, it is. It's like a fundamental act of faith when, darkness is the only friend you have left, like to actually continue to pray, to actually continue to, like, to be angry with God in this sense is to be in discourse, in conversation, in relationship with God. And I remember several years ago, working with a student that actually ended up going to Luther Seminary. And this student came into my office one day, and she had somehow injured her foot, like, really badly, and didn't know how. She stepped off a curb in a funny way and her foot was hurt. And by the time she was coming into my office, I think she'd been struggling with that injury for 6 weeks or something.
Mm.
And she sat down and she said, I keep going to doctors on this, and nobody knows what's wrong with it, but it's not getting better. She was in a walking boot. She was really struggling to get around class. she said that, the pain of this and the mobility issues relative to it were making her semester really, really difficult to sort of get done what she wanted to do, and it was putting some plans she had on hold. And she was really, really, really frustrated. And what she said to me that day, she said, and the thing that's really, really, I'm really struggling with is in all of this, I'm praying to God, I'm praying to God, I'm praying to God. It doesn't seem like God's answering me at all. So I feel like this whole experience is causing me to lose faith because I'm angry with God. I'm angry with God. And we had this really amazing conversation where we sort of sat down and talked about that being angry with God is in itself a form of faith. That to continue to express one's frustration and one's anger, even to be really angry with God is to be in relationship. And oddly, what we ended up doing that particular day was we pulled out Psalm 88 and we read it together in my office, and we got done reading it. And she looks at me and she says, that didn't make it all better. But somehow in recognizing that these prayers, and this prayer in particular, is like the prayer life of Israel and the church, gives me something shifts in that. Something is different in praying this and encountering that reality. And what she continued to do as she was struggling to recover was she would regularly read lament psalms, including Psalm 88. And that became a huge source of comfort and really even joy for her as it gave her permission, right? As it gave her permission to be angry with God and to articulate that and not feel like that was a loss of faith or somehow that she was outside the Jesus club because she was experiencing that.
Yeah, the laments are so beautiful that way, in that they really are kind of the vernacular of contradiction, right? Like that's the sort of the moment that we have been living in as people of faith since Jesus' ascension, as I mentioned, as we've longed for the second coming, when the world would be set right and justice would be established not only in faith but in reality. We live in contradiction all the time, and these laments are sort of the native language of that kind of world. A world where hope occasionally breaks in for that future world, but where it is actually very infrequent, or at least it's easy to overlook. Oftentimes it's very hidden. And these laments provide us with a kind of vernacular for navigating that world and for recognizing how we can still be in relationship with God, but also a very honest one, and one where we can accuse God of being distant or not living up to the promises that God has given. I mean, when Luther reads Psalms like this, he will sometimes point to the story of the Canaanite woman in I forget the reference now in the Gospel. Two stories, right? Of the Canaanite woman who goes and wants to get healing for her daughter. I'll try and look up the reference in a second. And it's like, hey, Jesus, she's not Jewish, and she says, hey, Jesus, I want to have my daughter healed. And he said, well, I didn't come for, I came for the flock of Israel. I can't remember the exact language. And she keeps pressing and pressing, and he says no to her, but he keeps pressing and pressing, and he finally gives in and calls her a daughter of faith. And it's that kind of doggedness where you're not willing to take no for an answer, even if the one giving you the no is Jesus, because she knew. And that's the thing, is like she was looking at Jesus and he was saying no, but she knew him beyond the no. Like she knew that his no was not who he was, and so that's what she knew, that he was the kind of person who was compassionate, and so she presses into that, even though everything told her that she should go away, and stop bugging this guy. But thankfully she didn't. Thankfully she didn't go away.
Right. Yeah. So
let me try and track down that reference too.
Yeah, the persistence matters. And the Psalms like this, where we can express that they're also a way of sort of admitting our vulnerability and our inability to fix everything. That sometimes what we can do is there are situations that are so oppressive and so difficult that we find ourselves where we can't fix it. and this gives us space to admit those things and to speak openly about that in a way that we often don't, especially in our culture where we think our action is a solution to everything sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Matthew 15:21 through 28. So, the other psalm that is not exactly the same as this, but that is equally, kind of scrappy and aggressive toward God is Psalm 89. We don't have to read it because it's very, very long. But in that psalm, the psalmist specifically accuses God of going back on a promise. I mean, it's very, very aggressive in that way. And the promise is that God had made a promise to David, that David would have children on the throne. But in the exilic period, is non-existent.
You can see why there were questions, right? Like
you can see
where did that go?
Right,
that's fallen apart. Isn't this supposed to be like an enduring promise, right?
Right. And it was supposed to be. And so they saw this moment and they say, God, you've backed out. You've backed out of this promise. What's going on?
And I mean, and that's some of the play in the language too. I'm thinking about in 13. It's almost borders on sort of manipulative language when the psalmist is like, "Listen, my enemies are going to say this about me and about you if like you don't follow through on those things." So there is always that sort of sense in these psalms that that there's almost a rhetorical game of, God, you don't want to look bad, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You want to be known as the God that shows up, as the God who follows through, as the God who comes quickly. And when you don't act that way, that's like a PR problem for you.
Yeah, and they do that.
That's often embedded in this stuff, which is really fascinating.
Yeah, Psalm 88 also really reminds me of Jonah, in part because of all the kind of water language in here. Let's see. Oh yeah, so like in verse 18, I'm reading it from the Hebrew versification, so it might be a one-off. It says, "They swirl about me like water all day long. They encircle me on every side." And then there's also this language about Sheol and death. And if you read the Jonah poem too, it's similar. Like he has gone down to the gates of Sheol, to the foundations of the mountain. It's like he's camping out right outside of death, just sort of waiting for the gates finally to open. And similarly with Psalm 88. So these aren't necessarily resurrection psalms, either Jonah or Psalm 88, but they are psalms about a God that redeems from death.
Right.
That's significant. And
yeah.
So
do you work wonders from the pit, right? Like
such an interesting question, isn't it?
I mean, and it's and that's sort of an open question there that occupies so much of Christianity. Do you work wonders for those who have died, those who are no more, those who have been judged and cast out, right? It's such a fascinating question for the psalmist to ask. When you think about when that was written, the context in which it was written, does the ministry of God continue beyond ministry to the living?
Yeah, no, that's actually a fabulous way of putting it. I'm so glad you said it that way. There's a book I want to recommend to people, two of them actually. The first one from John Levinson, Resurrection and the Restoration of Israel, the Ultimate Victory of the God of Life. It's not overly academic. I mean, it is an academic book, but I think a person could get through it. And he asks an important question there, like part of the problem, part of the issue is that most biblical scholars sort of assume that resurrection is a very, very late idea, right? That probably 2nd century, maybe 3rd, 2nd century, something like that, but very late. But then Levinson he says, well, maybe so, but he finds all these other texts where you have a God whose faithfulness seems to extend beyond the grave, where God's faithfulness is even for the dead, right? and the dying. And so that's a great book. And then he did kind of one that's more for Christians, along with a guy named Kevin Madigan, called Resurrection, the Power of God for Christians and Jews. And I think both of these are really good, especially during Holy Week.
This is great, Michael. I'm so grateful for your insights on this. Let's jump into our third Lament Psalm of the day, the long one. The one that is probably the best known of the three that we're playing with today. So we're going to do Psalm 22. Give me a moment and I'll get this one up.
And this, just while you're getting it up, this is also the prescribed psalm for Good Friday. So those of you who went to or tuned into a Good Friday service may have heard this read.
God, my God, why have you abandoned me? I call by day, find no answer. I call by night and find no rest. You are the Holy One enthroned, the praise of Israel. People trusted. They trusted you. You rescued them. To you, they cried and were saved. They trusted and were not ashamed. But I am a worm, hardly human, despised by all, mocked by the crowd. All who see me, they jeer at me, sneer at me, shaking their heads. You relied on God. Let God help you. If God loves you, let God save you. But you, God, you took me from the womb. You kept me safe at my mother's breast. I belong to you from the time of my birth. You are my God from my mother's womb. Do not stay far off. Danger is so close. I have no other help. Wild bulls encircle me. Bulls of Bashan surround me, opening their jaws against me like roaring, ravening lions. I poured out like water. My bones are pulled apart. My heart is like wax, melting within me. My throat baked and dry, my tongue stuck to my jaws. You bring me down to the dust of death. There are dogs all around me. A pack of villains corners me. They tear at my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They stare at me and gloat. They take what I wore. They roll dice from my clothes. Lord, do not stay far off. You, my strength, be quick to help. Save my neck from the sword. Save my life from the dog's teeth. Save me from the lion's jaws. Save me from the bull's horns. You hear me? You hear me? I will proclaim your name to my people. I will praise you in the assembly. Give praise all who fear God. Revere, and honor the Lord, children of Israel, people of Jacob. The Lord never scorns the afflicted, never looks away, but hears their cry. I will sing of you in the great assembly. Make good on my promise before the faithful. The poor shall eat all they want. Seekers of God, give praise. May your hearts live forever. All people shall remember and turn. All races will bow to the Lord who holds dominion over nations. The well-fed crowd kneel before God. All destined to die bow low. My soul lives for the Lord. My children will serve, will proclaim to the future generations, announcing to peoples yet unborn. God saves. God saves.
Yeah, that's great. Quite a reading. And what was the translation you're using again, Adam? What was it
What
called?
is this? This is the Psalter from, here we go. The International Commission on English in the Liturgy.
Interesting. Yeah. No, they obviously are paying quite careful attention to trying to make it poetic and make it a living text. You know, I think it's really interesting translation. So a lot going on here, but I think you can see in Psalm 22 even more than like 13 and 88, the kind of three problems again. God the problem, you the problem, the psalmist the problem, and then also these various animals. And I have friends.
The animals are the worst.
Well, you know, I have two former professors, both of whom have done a lot of work on the iconography of the Near East, and in particular, animal iconography of the Near East. And so my doctoral supervisor, Brent Strawn, did his whole dissertation on like leonine imagery, which is like the academic's word for lion. I don't know if he made it up, but it would be cool.
It's an important field of study.
It is very important, right? As all dissertations are. But anyways, you know, these images of kind of lions and predators were often, sometimes they were royal and sometimes they were just images of kind of general danger. But what's nice about the metaphors is that they're so easy to kind of see one's own situation in them. And it just makes the affliction more accessible, I think, for the reader. When you can say like, well, it would be one thing if they said like, well, I had this friend who sort of betrayed me or something like that. I was like, okay, fine. Well, when you talk about, oh, there is a lion at the door, like that's a different kind of thing, because I might be.
It doesn't happen every day.
It doesn't happen every day, but it also invites me to wonder about the lions that might be at my door too. So the kind of the lack of specificity, but the use of symbolic or metaphorical language, I mean, invites one to see one's own situation there, I think.
Yeah. And of course, you know, you already mentioned that this is the psalm that's commonly read at the end of the Maundy Thursday service. And that becomes really important for Christian tradition of this psalm, because obviously you end up with Jesus quoting this psalm in one of the Gospels on the cross. And there's something really powerful about, encountering the God who prays the Psalms.
That's right. Yeah.
What does it mean for us to encounter the life of God, experiencing abandonment of God, experiencing being entirely alone, experiencing being forsaken, and to start to imagine that the sort of paradoxically the most illuminating and revealing image we have of God is God experiencing abandonment as a human.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. And I often think about, you know, in movies and shows and everything, you know, somebody has like some terrible disaster, and then all the people around him like, oh, I understand. And of course, like it's such a trope right now that, you know, they're going to get pissed off and say like, no, you don't understand what this is like, you know, that kind of a deal. And that's true. You know, it's right. It's very difficult for us to understand what a person's gone through. But part of what's beautiful about this text is that Jesus truly has entered into what it means to be abandoned by God. And that is an experience I think that many people have had to varying degrees, but really that this into all of creation is having. This sense of, when is our creator going to come and set things right?
Right.
When is Aslan going to come and bring an end to winter? Is another.
Dude, are you obsessed with lions today?
Yeah, I guess so.
this
They're
lion-
just coming out of it, like spilling out of me. Well, no, we've been reading those books with my daughter though. But it's sort of a beautiful image of kind of Christian hope, is that it's been a long winter where gifts aren't given at Christmas, right? Where it's cold and uncomfortable. But Aslan comes and brings life. And so anyways, yeah. Sorry, I forgot where we were going with that.
Well, we're just talking about 22. I'm struck with what you were saying. I'm going back to Bonhoeffer in Life Together, where Bonhoeffer talks about praying the Psalms, and he writes, the Psalter is the prayer book of Jesus Christ in the truest sense of the word. He prayed the Psalter, and now it has become prayer for all time. Not only do we understand how the Psalter can be prayer to God and yet God's own word, precisely here we encounter the praying Christ. So in coming to Psalms like Psalm 22, there is this sense in which we enter into this depth of relationship with Jesus, because the words that Christ has taken up and the suffering that Christ has suffered are in some sense present to us through Jesus' personhood, right? In these words and in sort of praying with Jesus through them.
Yes, no, I absolutely agree with you. And yeah, I think it's in some ways it's an image of Jesus having entered into the meat grinder of a world that all of us live in on a daily basis. But it's also in some ways, I think he's teaching us how to live in this eschatological moment, or in this moment when, like, between hope and fulfillment, when you sort of look out at the world and say, like, well, we sort of say these promises at church every week or whatever, but I'm not seeing it in the flesh right now. And Jesus there teaches us how to live in this moment, that it's not by denying how hard the suffering is. That's, I think, a common thing, is that, well, you just need to sort of ignore it and be grateful for what you are. No, Jesus teaches us the way to enter into this kind of world, and that is to call on God to change it, and to acknowledge how fractured it is.
And I think in some ways that brings us back to Holy Saturday, right? Like, and the churches and Christians' sort of propensity to skip it and not to enter into that difficult in-between space of lament. But, even on Good Friday, to be already like whispering, Easter's coming. So really this isn't death. Easter's coming. So you don't have to really mourn this, because all you got to do is sort of endure Saturday, knowing that this is all going to be good in like 2 days. And it strikes me that in so many sort of practices, that becomes a way of sort of blunting death itself, blunting lament, not giving it full voice, but sort of truncating that silence in a way that, I don't know, is really helpful.
Yeah. And I was just thinking, I'm looking at the Markan version of this, which does have the, the abandonment stuff. And there are, some, it says there were women looking on from a distance, so some people sort of presumably heard or saw all of this going down. And we emphasize a lot the importance of a person's last words. What did they say on their deathbed? What were the last things that they say? And we sort of put these on a pedestal. And Jesus' last words, is that he's been abandoned.
Right.
Like this person that they had put all of their hopes in and said, this is our Messiah. This is the one who's going to bring about the restoration of Israel and the restoration of new creation, all that stuff. His deathbed words are that he had been abandoned by God, not even by his friends, right? Of all, you could imagine somebody saying, well, like David at the end of his life went, go kill off all these people. But no, that's not what Jesus does. Jesus sees it not as like he was a victim of being abandoned by his friends. he was abandoned by God.
Yeah, right.
Those are
And,
his
I mean,
deathbed words.
and that's, I'm thinking of Moltmann here, right? Like, that when you really dig into the idea of being crucified, I mean, that is a potent symbolic metaphor in its context of abandonment by God, right? It's not just the Romans got this guy.
It's utter contradiction, right? Because Jesus, the image of kind of messianic visions all have this notion of justice being restored, that justice long delayed would one day actually be restored. But Jesus' death on the cross it's the death of an unjustly accused man. It's not like he was just hit by a truck or something
right.
or run over by a donkey. He is falsely accused and executed unjustly. So his own death is the contradiction of all these future eschatological promises. Like his death contradicts it, what his messianic ministry is supposed to be restoring. It's unbelievable.
So I think it's Moltmann sort of puts it right. Like the cross is a refutation of everything that Jesus has preached in his life up to this point. And our hope is, this sort of thin hope is that there's a refutation to the refutation.
Yes. That's a nice way of putting it.
Right. And that's hard, but I think there's something to be said, especially right now, for admitting that our experience often looks contrary to the promise of the gospel. Our experience often is one where God seems to be hiding God's face, where God does not seem to be active, where God, at the very least, isn't doing what we hope God would do in the time frame that we hope God would do it. And so lament psalms bring us to a place, I think, where we can be in it, right? Where we can be remaining and waiting and back to like the dog at the beginning, sort of looking longingly, holding on to that which is, sort of on a horizon out there a little bit, but doing so trusting in the promise because we still know God. Like we know God, we have trusted God, we've experienced God. And even though God is absent, we know God's name. And we know God enough that we can be pissed at God.
Yes. And then the hope, maybe just you're riffing on the wild animal picture. The hope might be when we turn to Psalm 23 and we realize that death and destruction is not the only wild animal in this equation. God is also a wild animal pursuing us, as the end of Psalm 23 says, surely goodness and mercy will pursue me like a wild animal all the days of my life. That's one way of rendering the Hebrew. And so that's sort of the contradiction, is that I am surrounded by wild beasts, but the wild, the hound of heaven, as it were, the wild prey of God's love is also pursuing me. And that's where the faith comes in to contradict reality. But it's tough. I mean, right now is a moment of profound lament, right, that we're living through right now. And the church would be absolutely right to raise up its angry voice to heaven.
Yeah. And I want to invite our listeners to do that, right? Like, if you have angry things you want to say to God, assuming that they're within like the community appropriateness guidelines, we've already been kicked off 3 times in my shift for breaking community appropriateness standards. Not going to go into why, but within that sort of constraint, like call them out, like have a good time with it. And I'm also curious, as a sort of shout out to you, Michael, because I've been watching your office hours, and also to the Vinyl Preacher podcast. What would be like a killer sort of playlist of lament? Like, what are those contemporary musical genres and songs that like get at this? And, when you start to think about the sort of social justice component of this and the way in which there are enemies in the world, I mean, you can see this in rap, you can see this in punk, you can certainly see it in blues and jazz, as sort of resistance forms that name stuff, that are real and truthful in the way they sing about how difficult the human condition can be. So I'm curious for your answers to both of those.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to dovetail one other thing in here, and that on the one hand, we offer up lament, and that's really important. We just have to be prepared that sometimes the heaven's finger will point back to us and say, there's a lot in this situation that is human folly.
Yeah.
And that we can legitimately think about as divine judgment, like you are suffering the consequences of human idiocy. And that's a real factor too. And so I think we just have to be aware that, like, when we point our finger to heaven, just be prepared that the finger might point back, and really legitimately so. So that's another element that brings in kind of the social justice piece too, where so I'm thinking a lot musically about some of these old country singers, right? Like the Johnny Cash in particular. I'm always thinking about Johnny Cash, but there's so much of his music that you can feel the scars of his own poor. He grew up extremely poor in Arkansas, and deeply dependent on government help there. But you can kind of feel that compassion in his music, and he's also deeply influenced by gospel, blues, by various African American artists, and so I think he would be an interesting voice to have on that soundtrack.
Yeah, and again, what you're saying so important, that one of the realities of this, when we're lamenting, that some of the things that we're lamenting are social evils and systems that lead to the deep oppression of people. So often, even being in the mode of lament calls us to a form of repentance. It convicts and
sure
points out the ways in which we're culpable in those things. Zach, you're here with us.
I'm here with you. You are not alone. I hate that this thing is 54 hours long and that requires me to sleep from time to time because I only caught the end here. One of the things that I've done over the years, social distancing has not been a problem for me because I play the banjo. And that's just a thing I'm used to in life. But with students at different places, we've done Bluegrass Good Friday, because a lot of like the gospel bluegrass songs aren't the hope at the end of that tunnel is on the other side of the veil,
Right.
And so it's just been a lovely space to sing those songs without having to pretend that it's not real death. Those songs do I think I don't want to sing them every week, right? But they do they're so familiar with death and honest about it. So
yeah, I'm
grateful for that. That's great. Yeah,
we are about out of time. It's 2:00, and I am not only done doing content, I'm done hosting, and I'm going to pass that off to Zach. And in a moment, we're actually going to suspend this for a little bit as we set up a new YouTube stream, because we have to do that every so often.
This is like Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it's like Ghostbusters.
You can't cross the streams.
But Zach, in parting, I want to offer a small lament.
Yeah.
Why did this thing go smoothly until I started hosting? And why was it me that had to endure the community standards, us getting booted off 3 times?
We're going to make the space for that lament to just sit and be,
It's Holy Saturday.
Don't worry, Adam. It's not just you. It's Zach too. Zach forgot that this Zoom call is about to time out. And I
knew the Zoom calls about time out, but I wanted to add to the conversation because I was so lovely.
My bad.
Well, thank you both for setting this up and putting together the Triduum project. And Michael, thanks for hanging out with me today and talking lament psalms. Grateful for you.
Anytime.
And grateful for both of you for pulling this together. It's been awesome.
That was a brilliant conversation. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, everyone. Friends, we're going to see you on the other side. Give it about 3 minutes and then hit the Triduum project. Triduumproject.com. And the new stream will be right there waiting for you, streaming into your screens.
See you there.
See ya.
Stop the live stream, Adam.